Jonathan. In December, I purchased my wife a sports watch, and this item came with a free 6-month subscription to a certain music platform. The watch is currently still for sale with exactly the same offer on their relative website. Now, when I picked the watch up, it should have turned round and had on the receipt a code number which is used to activate the music platform. It didn't, and I was told that it would arrive by an email. So on the following day, on the 27th, I gave the company a call and spoke to a very helpful lady who said she'd create a case number, and about 3 or 4 days later I would get this code. So nothing happened, so I waited till about the 9th, I think it was, of January. Gave him a call and spoke to a gentleman, and he said, no, it'll be with you shortly, don't worry about it. Well, I'd had 2 45-minute phone calls with him and on hold, and needless to say, I was sort of losing the will to live with it. So obviously listen to your show all the time, Jonathan. Fantastic show it is as well. So I put it on email to them and emailed them on the 19th, said to them, look, this is problem, can I just have this code, please?
So this was the access to this music platform. That was a fundamental part of you deciding to buy this sports watch, was it?
Yes, it was, Jonathan. Yes, it was. So my good lady wife is desperate to hear your full back catalogue from Saturday mornings, which she's really looking forward to. So anyway, I emailed them on the 19th, explained the situation, gave them all of the information they needed. We got the courtesy one back from them saying, we'll be in touch with you within 6 days. Well, on the 22nd of January, I got an email from a lady at the company basically saying sorry for the delay and to look into the query further. Can you provide all of the information that I emailed her in the first email? So I was just like, oh, God, here we go again.
So am I presuming then that we are now in a situation where you've got the sports watch, but you still have not got this three months subscription to this music platform?
Yeah, it's 6 months, Jonathan.
Oh, 6 months, is it? Sorry.
We still haven't got the code. So I turned around and sent them all the information back just to help them along, and I got the courtesy one back. We'll be back in touch within 6 days.
And have you looked up to see if you're alone in having this problem or whether other people are in the same predicament?
Funnily enough, there is quite a few people in exactly the same situation. Either the code doesn't work or they never receive it.
Well, is your wife at least happy with the sports watch?
Yes, she is, Jonathan.
Good. OK, well, that's something. Fine. OK, Tara, can we get a bit of detail? Can we go and have a word with this company and just ask them why it would appear this promotional offer to entice people into buying this particular sports watch doesn't appear to be honoured when people try and actually get the code and then use it?
Yes, that is slightly frustrating,
Very
isn't it?
frustrating.
Especially, obviously, Stephen has spent quite a lot of time trying to resolve this.
Quite. OK, hang on there, Stephen. Eva's daughter was having her bathroom done. She spent £324 on a toilet with a concealed cistern, a freestanding storage unit and a bath panel. They were all the same design as items that she'd already bought for the bathroom. Well, this was back in mid-February. 4 days later, they were expecting the items to be delivered. So they got the room ready and they waited for the delivery.
They'd gutted the bathroom, taken everything out, ready for the plumber to come next week. So on the day, they received a message from the delivery company to say that it would be arriving between 2:30 and 4:30 in the afternoon. 30 minutes after it should have been delivered, they had a message to say there was an issue. My son-in-law contacted the delivery company and they were told they'd been informed not to deliver as there was a problem with the original company and that they would be holding the items. It was already on the van. It had been sent out, but it never actually got to their house. At that point, my son-in-law tried to contact the original company to find that the website had gone down, the phone lines had been discontinued, and the emails were unresponsive.
So it sounds to me And this has been confirmed when I went to speak to the company on Lever's behalf. It sounds to me as if the furniture that her daughter and her husband had ordered is being held hostage by the delivery company. Well, can anything be done about that? Let's find out, because Lever's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Lever.
Morning, Jonathan.
Morning. So I've spoken to the delivery company. They're a company called DX Delivery. And the lady there said, OK, let me go and have a word and see what I can find out. She came back and she said, yes, indeed. The problem that appears to have occurred here is that the bathroom furniture that Lever's daughter had ordered was from a company called Soak.com. And according to DX Delivery, they say that Soak.com has gone into administration and still owes DX Delivery money for, I understand, not only your particular order or your daughter's particular order, but other orders as well. So DX Delivery have said they are not prepared at this stage to release the items until they receive payment from Soak.com. Well, I said to the lady there, I said, well, that seems a bit unfair, because it's not Lever's daughter's fault. I mean, as far as your daughter is concerned, they've paid for the items, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
They've paid for the items. They've paid for the delivery. They should own those items. Those items belong to them. However, I think reading between the lines, DX Delivery is hoping that Soak.com may actually be bought by someone else. And therefore what they want to do is they want to have some kind of leverage to get from whoever buys Soak.com to be able to get the money back that they are owed as a result. And holding on to items such as this is a way of achieving it. Well, I think it's rather unfair on your daughter. The lady there has said that what she's prepared to do is for me to give to you and for you to give to your daughter her personal telephone number. And she said she will keep across this, and as soon as the items of furniture can be released, they will do so. But that's not particularly helpful for your daughter and the time frame that they're under. But I think it's the best that you're going to get at the moment. What's your response to that, Lever?
It seems very unfair that, as you say, it is being held hostage. My daughter's paid for the items. She's offered to either collect the items or to pay to have it the delivery service to deliver it to them. Meanwhile, they have no bathroom. They're coping in a downstairs toilet and wash basin. The plumber is due tomorrow. And my daughter's attitude is they are her goods. She's spoken to the administrators of the Soak.com, and they have said that they are not their items, they are my daughter's items. Even if it's bought out, it's got nothing to do with them, that the goods are my daughter's goods.
Well, it would appear that DX Delivery have not been paid for the delivery of those items.
My daughter's more than happy to pay to have them delivered to her house.
Yes, but I don't think your daughter is prepared to settle the entire debt that is owed by Soak.com to DX Delivery, is she? So that's the slight problem. But
blackmail.
Well, you see, as far as DX Delivery are concerned, their contract is with Soak.com. It's not with your daughter. Your daughter is not their customer. Their customer is Soak.com. And Soak.com, according to DX Delivery, have not paid them. And therefore they're not prepared to actually deliver the items and to fulfil the contract because they haven't been paid for it.
If we're willing to pay for that part, surely they can't keep the goods that are owned by my daughter.
Well, according to DX Delivery, those items will be held on to until they receive what they are owed by Soak.com. Because that is the only leverage they have to try and get their money.
Right. So meanwhile, if my daughter goes and buys another bathroom, and then she gets delivery of Soak's items in 3 or 4 months' time,
Yeah.
what's she supposed to do with it? I mean, she can't resell it. She's going to end up with 2 bathrooms, of which one is useless.
Yes, but the problem is, I mean, that is not particularly viable anyway, is it? Because,
No.
please correct me if I'm wrong, but the bathroom has already been started,
Yes,
and there
that's
are
right.
items in the bathroom for which the only match is this furniture that she's got on order and is being held hostage by DX Delivery.
That's right, yes.
So she would
is there
really,
anything we can do?
in order to have the bathroom looking good, she would have to have everything that's been installed ripped out and to
That's
order
right.
an entire new set that matches from another company to be delivered.
Yes, that's right.
It's a nightmare. Look, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to pass you back to my team, and we're going to give you the name of the lady who is at DX Delivery.
Okay, that's lovely, thank you.
She has said that your daughter can give her a call. Now, I think it might be worth your daughter calling her and saying, look, come on, I really need this furniture. Can you please have a word with your boss? I'm happy, if necessary, to pay you for the cost that that we will face for actually delivering the item, because we recognise that you're out of pocket as a company. Can you please deliver this furniture if I pay you the money for the delivery? If they still say no, I think that would be really unreasonable. But let's try the personal touch and then revisit it. I will let DX Delivery know we've now had this conversation and the pressure is on. And although everyone can see things from their perspective, we understand it's not their fault they haven't been paid. It's also not your daughter's fault. And the position they are leaving your daughter in is an absolute nightmare. So let's see if that makes any difference. I'm going to pass you back to my team now. Lever, hang on there, and can we please speak in the next couple of days?
Certainly. Thank you very much for all your help, Jonathan.
From Lever to Leah. Leah has a mobile phone contract which allows her to add items onto it. She chose to buy a very posh set of headphones for her daughter. It was going to cost £20 a month for 11 months. But unfortunately, the headphones have stopped working, something her daughter's extremely frustrated about.
They're ones that match her phone. They're ones that are really good sounds for her music. She has them when she's doing stuff at home, like if she's doing any work, etc. So she just, she talks to her friends through them. So it's just something that her age do. Spoke to the customer services, explained the situation. She went away and checked and said, no, as far as they're concerned, their policy is that it's the manufacturer's thing. They're under a 12-month warranty with the manufacturer, and they wouldn't be able to help me. So I'm paying for something that I haven't been able to use since middle of Feb, and I'm still paying for it.
Well, Leah's daughter has only had 9 months out of these headphones, and as Leah's contract is with the retailer, not the manufacturer, why is she being told by this retailer that they're not prepared to help? It's unacceptable. Leah's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Leah.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Right, now I sent Tara off to have a word with this mobile phone company just to remind them of their obligations as the retailer in this case, and to please ask them to get something sorted with these headphones that are no longer working. What have they had to say for themselves, Tara?
I have now had a response from them, and this is from EE, the company involved here, and they've said to me that we'll be in touch with Leah to resolve the issue and apologise for any confusion. As the fault happened more than 6 months after she got the headphones, we'll need to look into the cause of it to see if the problem was there from the start, and we can replace or repair them as in line with the Consumer Rights Act.
Oh, God. Here we go again. With companies interpreting the Consumer Rights Act in a, well, it sounds potentially unreasonable way. The Consumer Rights Act gives you the right to expect as a customer that any product you purchase is fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and lasts for a reasonable amount of time. Now, if the product has failed because of a manufacturing problem with it, so i.e. nothing to do with the way you've used it, obviously if your daughter had dropped the headphones and that had broken something, well, that would be down to her. But if she's used the headphones in a totally normal way and a manufacturing component in those headphones have failed, then the argument is that the product has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time, it's not of reasonable quality, and therefore the company has an obligation to your daughter to get things sorted. What have they said to you, Leah? Have they been helpful or not?
They've been really helpful, Jonathan. They've done a complete 360. I got a call from them yesterday from what they're now calling the executive customer services. So I've kind of gone up in the world. The gentleman was really helpful. He didn't say that what they said was wrong, but what he did say was that they had looked into it with their legal team and they needed to be either replaced or refunded. So they didn't have to go off repair. He said, would I like them refunded or replaced? And I said, no, that's fine, just replace them. So he arranged for me to take them to my local store yesterday, which I did, drop them off, and I called him like he told me to say, yes, they've got them. He checked with the store to say, yes, they've received them. And they are apparently sending me out my daughter a new pair of headphones today.
Brilliant.
So
Lovely.
it's good. It's good news, Jonathan. So
well, that is very good news, and I'm very grateful to them. I was a little bit worried when Tara started saying that they had responded by saying that the problem had to have existed from the date of purchase. This, to me, as far as I'm concerned, is a wrong interpretation of the law. If, for example, a product could only be repaired or replaced or refunded if it was faulty at the point of purchase, then I would make the argument that many items would not be eligible for return, and that would be ridiculous. For example, and I keep using this example, but it is, as far as I'm concerned, the best way of illustrating this. If I go and buy a jumper from a shop, and the jumper at the point of purchase is absolutely fine, it fits me, it's perfect. The jumper has a label in it saying you can wash the jumper at 30 degrees. I wash the jumper at 30 degrees and it shrinks to the size of a teddy bear's jumper. Based on what EE had initially said to us, then surely the logic of what they're saying is that that item is not faulty because at the point of purchase it was perfectly okay, so they don't have to do anything about it. Well, that's ridiculous. Of course not. The item needs to be fit for purpose. It needs to be of reasonable quality. And as long as you, the customer, are using the product properly and are not doing anything to damage it through misuse, then you are entitled to expect a reasonable amount of life from it.
Yeah.
And that's exactly the same with the headphones. Unless your daughter has damaged them, then we will assume that it's a manufacturing component that has failed in an unreasonably short amount of time, and therefore the retailer has to get it sorted. I'm pleased they seem to have come to that conclusion. I'm going to give them this. Half of the horn. Can you please let us know as soon as your daughter has got her new headphones and that they're working, OK?
I will do, Jonathan. Thank you all so much for your help.
All the very best to you. It's Sebastian's son managed to get himself locked in his bedroom. So he went online and found a locksmith and explained to this locksmith that he needed help. Well, the locksmith came to the property and released him. Apparently it took 15 minutes in total. So, as far as Sebastian is concerned, he wants to know why on earth the total bill was £373.
I called his company and I spoke to the company. The dispatcher, I asked the lady, how much does it cost for a call-out? She said to me, it's costing only £49. I said, okay, fine. How much does it cost for a lock? She said, it's about £25. I said, okay, fine. Why then did your engineer charge £373 for what he did, just to open a lock and allow my son to come out? She began to give me a whole set of stories. Oh, the engineer, he has a right to charge a certain amount of money because of the kind of work he has to do. I said, well, there was not much work to do for 10, 15 minutes if he just drills through the lock. She said to me she'll get her manager to call me. That was about after 9 in the morning. The whole day went by and I heard nothing.
Well, I have been in touch with this so-called company to find out why they charged Sebastian's son so much money for such a quick job, and why it sounds to me as if they did unnecessary work in terms of drilling the existing lock in order to get him free. Sebastian's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Sebastian.
Good morning, Jonathan. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Any good locksmith does not need to drill a standard Yale lock to get into a property.
That's for sure. That you're correct.
And if any locksmith ever suggests to you that the only way they can get into a front door is to drill through the lock, then I personally would be choosing a different locksmith, because a standard Yale lock should be something a good locksmith can pick in a matter of seconds.
Yes.
Even the more complicated locks, the more complicated kind of security-approved Yale-type locks, other brands are available, but the kind of night latch-type lock. Even those, a good locksmith should be able to get into relatively easily.
Yeah.
So I'm obviously concerned that the locksmith drilled his way in and then, of course, had to charge your son for the replacement lock. I went off to have a word with this so-called locksmith. The company concerned is Home Locksmith Limited.
That's it, yes.
Now, Home Locksmith Limited, I have absolutely no idea how on earth your son came across them.
He told me he Googled it and he found it there.
Really? Well, I tried Googling it and it didn't come up for me at all. But their website address is miltonkeynes.homelocksmith.co.uk.
Yes.
The company appears to be registered to an address in London. I do not believe this company is even based in the UK.
It doesn't seem so at all.
No, it doesn't. I have called the company and the phone goes through to a number of different phones in Romania, and I've spoken to a number of people who appear to be in Romania, and indeed the last lady that I spoke to there confirmed that they were not based in the UK. When I asked her where the company was based, she then put the phone down on me. I've had a couple of conversations with two different men at Home Locksmith Limited, and indeed the conversation has been ended by both of those men as well. The last man that I had the conversation with was the man who actually had been out to your son.
Yeah.
He tells me that he's not a locksmith anymore. He tells me that he doesn't work for this company. When I suggested to him that I didn't believe he was a locksmith in the first place, because any good locksmith would not need to drill their way through a standard front door lock, again, he found a way of... Well, to start with, he suggested that he had another call coming through, and could I please hold the line? And when he put me on hold, he then cut me off. And when I tried to call back, it's very clear that he didn't want to speak to me, because he just kept putting the phone to the aunt's phone instead. So I'm afraid I believe your son has lost £373. Hang on a second. The method of payment that the company requested was a bank transfer.
Yes.
A bank transfer is the same as paying in cash.
Yes.
It gives you no financial protection whatsoever.
Yeah, I figured that out. Yeah.
So I'm afraid... My reluctant advice to you and to your son is that he came across the wrong company to do business with.
That's true.
I presume Home Locksmith Limited have not been in touch with either you or your son since we last spoke.
No, they've not. I tried to call them last week. The gentleman, he spoke with me for about 30 seconds and he hung up the phone, and that was the end of it.
Yeah.
So I've asked my son and his mother to change the entire lock. She said to me she got a locksmith out, and guess what? A new lock, and the man's would cost 60 quid.
£60, quite.
Yes.
And even that, I mean, the replacement, because it's not an entirely new lock that they would need, it's a new cylinder.
No, that's it, yes.
You can pick up a new cylinder for, 10, 20 quid. And the fitting of a new cylinder is extremely straightforward and would take a locksmith a matter of minutes. So I would certainly, it certainly puts things in perspective when you consider the £373 that your son has previously paid. I'm afraid, Sebastian, this is a perfect illustration as to why going onto the internet and searching for a locksmith and then just choosing the first company that comes up rather than a company that has a good reputation, is a member of the Master Locksmith Association, leaves you potentially very vulnerable to paying far more than you need to pay for a job.
Yeah. It's an unfortunate situation, but that's a hard lesson I've learned, and that's it sometimes.
Well, I'm grateful to you for coming to my programme because, firstly, it does give me an opportunity just to remind everybody that if they come across miltonkeynes.homelocksmith.co.uk, that seems to be a company called Home Locksmith Limited based in London, although I don't actually believe they are based in the UK. I believe they're based abroad, and I believe they have used a contractor locally to carry out work.
Yes.
It obviously gives me an opportunity just to warn people that you and your son have had this experience, and they don't seem remotely professional in terms of their response to me.
At all.
And please, ladies and gentlemen, if you need to find a locksmith, make sure you preferably use personal recommendations from trusted friends and family. You make sure that the locksmith is, if you're unsure of them, a member of a trade body such as the Master Locksmiths Association.
Yes.
Make sure you establish what their call-out charge is and how much they will charge you if they need to drill their way in through the door. You need to ask them what chances they think there are of them having to drill through the front door. If you've got a very complicated, very expensive, very high security locking system on your door, there is a chance that a locksmith will have to drill their way through. But that should be very much a last resort. And it should be after they have tried every other way of being able to get themselves through that front door. And as I say, locksmiths that I have met previously, they pride themselves on the fact that they can pick their way through a front door lock and they'll have you in without having to cause any damage whatsoever.
Within minutes, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Jonathan, I thank you so much for all you've done.
Well,
it's a lesson learned, and we're going to move on from there now. Thank you so much.
That is a good way of looking at it. It is a lesson, and it is worth moving on from it now, but it's extremely frustrating that Home Locksmith Limited appear to... Gemma came to me. She was saying that her brother and his partner purchased a couple of smartwatches. The plan was that the watches would be able to sync to their phones and then they could track their exercise, sleep and be able to stream music. But it wasn't long before Gemma's brother noticed there was a bit of a problem with his particular watch. It didn't seem to sync properly with his telephone. Well, it would appear that his watch is not particularly compatible with his mobile phone. So he wants to return it, particularly as, when he first purchased the watch, he was told that it would work fine with the phone. Well, unfortunately, the company didn't seem very happy to take it back, so I've been off to have a word with them. Gemma's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Gemma.
Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
Good morning. I'm very well, thank you. Have you anti-backed your surfaces?
I always anti-back anyway. So.
Good. Well done, Gemma. Keep it up. Now, the company that I've spoken to, and I'm sorry that it's taken me a while to get back to you, it's been very frustrating. This particular company, big company, they are extremely slow at responding to media inquiries. The company is Samsung. And they've come back with a response, and I'm very much hoping that you will have more news than I have for you. They say, at Samsung, we are committed to providing the best experience possible. We are aware of this issue raised by the customer and are actively investigating the matter. So has your brother heard anything from them?
Absolutely nothing. I'm still liaising with them, and their responses are getting slower and fewer and far between. And I had to chase them up a couple of times, and the last reply I've had was, I'm going to liaise with the store, even though I've spoken to them and told them someone else has already told me this. And she said, you can return it for a repair. And I said, I've already explained this. It was taken back into the store. It was reset to make sure all the settings were connected properly by a member of your staff. We set it up with a phone that is the same make as the watch, and it works perfectly. So it's not faulty, it's just not compatible.
So would I be right in thinking that your brother's girlfriend's phone is a Samsung Galaxy, but his phone, is it an iPhone?
No, so her phone's an iPhone, and the watch is the Galaxy. The only other thing that I've got, and my brother emailed me...
Sorry to interrupt you. So is the problem syncing the Galaxy watch with the iPhone?
Exactly that, yes.
Right. But the other, because one of them's got a phone that works with this watch. I presume the phone that works with the watch is a Samsung Galaxy phone.
That's correct.
Right.
That's my brother's phone, yes.
Oh, I see, right. It's her phone that doesn't work.
Yeah.
So have they, they really haven't yet resolved the matter?
Absolutely nothing. I'm just going round in circles and chasing my tail, and then having to double email them to say I'm still waiting for a reply. Then I'm now just getting the same replies. My brother did send me, he had an online conversation with Samsung when this first happened, and he only sent it to me yesterday. But on the conversation, he asked them, should the watch connect as well as it does with the same brand phone and a different phone that they're trying to connect it? And they replied saying, yes, correct, the compatibility of the watch and phone you have and are trying to connect will work, because it was a certain grade of phone as well, the 7. It had to be compatible with an iPhone 7 or higher, which it is. That's the phone that she has.
Yeah.
And they responded saying yes, but yet it's not, and I'm not getting anywhere.
Right, okay, well, I will need to go back and have another word with them again. As I say, it's really frustrating. Samsung is a huge company.
Exactly.
And they have a press company that deals with press inquiries. For the last couple of issues that I have had to take up with Samsung, I have to chase and chase and chase just to get a response from them.
Which is what I've been doing.
Which
They're
is
awful.
Infuriating. The fact that having sent me that response suggesting they are liaising with your brother, the customer, and yet you're telling me that things still haven't been resolved, and it's now a few weeks since you first came to my programme, I'm really disappointed with that. Really disappointed. So I need to go back and have another word with Samsung. Can you leave it with me? I will get a call into them this afternoon, if I can, and try and get them to respond, OK?
Yes, please. Maybe you can get further than I'm getting.
Well, look, until this is resolved, I'm not going anywhere. So if I have to phone and email Samsung 100 million times, I will do just that.
Fighting for...
To Nicholas, on the 15th of December last year, something truly awful happened to Nicholas.
My 400-year-old thatched cottage had the quarter of the front of it demolished by a drunken driver.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so my Christmas was just horrible. If it hadn't been for my neighbours, who were just brilliant, I'd had a terrible time. But the thing is, having said all that, since then, right up to now, I've been living in 4 walls of about a 12 by 12 hotel room. I feel like a prisoner. The loss adjuster appointed turned up the following day, and it all seemed very promising. But since then, communication has been terrible. I just haven't been able to do anything.
Well, Nicholas is hugely frustrated by all of this. Regarding the hotel, that issue is now sorted. Nicholas is in rented accommodation. But what really, really matters to me is I want to make sure this insurance company is getting Nicholas's property fixed and in a state of repair that means Nicholas can move back in, because there's no place like home, and Nicholas would like to be back in his own property. Well, what's the latest? He's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Nicholas.
Hello, Jonathan. Hello.
Good morning. Right, I wanted to have a quick catch up with you today because, as you are aware, I've been speaking to the insurance company. The insurance company promised me that they are now very much on the case. They're trying to get everything sorted. And indeed, last time you and I spoke, suddenly there had been a flurry of activity. You'd been contacted by the companies, there'd been visits from loss adjusters, etc., and things were starting to happen. What's the latest, Nicholas? Has any repair work begun?
The repair work hasn't begun, but the loss adjusters have now appointed their head of specialist services to control my claim through to its conclusion. And together with a new replacement surveyor who was originally intended to oversee the rebuilding, as a team, they've worked together. Tenders have gone out, and they anticipate that contractors will commence when the successful tender is awarded. They reckon, I think this is breakneck speed, but they reckon that the work from start to completion should be done within 3 months. I think that's pushing it a wee bit, but they're certainly moving things now.
I should just explain for new listeners who might be thinking, oh, this all just sounds terribly complicated and quite a delay. There is a bit of a natural delay with this, and that is that your property is a beautiful... Is it Grade 2 listed?
It is a Grade 2. It's just
Grade 2 listed,
Grade 2.
thatched property on a high street. And as a result, because it is Grade 2, I presume, is it in some kind of conservation area as well?
It's not in a conservation area, but of course the Council of Preservation and other various societies have got a vested interest in seeing that it's rebuilt to certain standards, which could cause a few problems.
Well, quite. And therefore, the job of getting it assessed to find out what actually needs to be done to repair the property, and then actually finding the right contractors to do the job to the right standard and to the right look is not necessarily as straightforward as it would be for those of us that don't live in Grade 2 listed properties, where any good builder would be able to probably put the property back in a habitable state. So this is going to be a little bit difficult. And I think I'm right in saying as well, the property is semi-detached. Somebody lives next door to you.
Well, it's sort of semi-detached. Originally, it's an old, very small, tiny 2x2 that was knocked into one, and a side part that was originally part of an old wheelwright's workroom.
Right.
That's only got one story to it and a little light above it. So mine is the major property with a little bit just added on shortly after this was originally built. So
I see.
But that part hasn't been damaged. In fact, it's the far corner that took all the impact, and the other corner, which adjoins them, hasn't been touched at all. Their building is perfectly good condition, thankfully.
Thank goodness for that.
They haven't been troubled by it.
So have the insurance company given you any idea as to when they think the work will actually start? OK, they reckon it's going to take 3 months, but when is it going to start?
Well, a provisional date of around about the 13th of April has been mooted, so that's still some way ahead. But compared to the frustration of the new year, that's gone in leaps and bounds since your involvement. So I'm quite happy with that.
OK, well, I'm delighted that you feel as if things are now starting to happen, because it was extremely frustrating when you first were telling me that nothing seemed to have been done at all, and you were being passed all over the place from company to company and from person to person. It seemed very unfair. And are you happy in your rental property? Do you feel as if at least you have somewhere to call home for the next few months?
Oh yes. In fact, I've just moved down the road a bit, and the town is lovely here, so I'm quite happy with that.
OK, and of course it means that you can then keep an eye on the work as and when it starts.
Oh, that's right. I'm only 4 miles down the road, so that's no problem. And in fact, tomorrow, for the first time since the accident, I'm going to be reunited with some of my belongings, because a specialist, what do they call, a specialist valuation and restoration and remover has also been appointed by the new team, and they're going to liberate some of my stuff. Unfortunately, I'm going to look forward to that with mixed feelings, because some of it's I've been told, damaged beyond repair. So that's going to be a whole new story as well. So I'll have that to look forward to towards the end of this week.
Quite. Well, listen, please keep me in the loop if you would. And if you need me to go and chase anybody up, I'm more than happy to do so. But let's hope you'll be back in your property in the summer and everything will be repaired and you can put this horrible nightmare behind you.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Certainly. Well, we run a taxi company in the Three Counties area. We are currently using radio system, we wanted to transfer onto a computerised system. So we contacted the company and we went for it. They came and gave us a demonstration on the 10th of January. On the 14th of January, they arranged for us to go to the site where their system was up and running. We went and was okay with it, so we purchased it on the 15th.
Right, so this computerised system is what you purchased?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and how much was that going to cost you as a company?
Including that, £1,800.
£1,800.
Yeah.
Okay, and forgive my ignorance here. What is the difference between a computerised system for a taxi company and a radio system?
Well, you don't have... There's no voices go into the vehicles, into the taxis, so it's all done via the
screen,
computer.
Is it?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Oh, I see. So rather than having someone in the office saying, Lionel, can you go and pick up Mrs. Smith from outside Tesco? Instead, it comes up on the computer screen where your next job is and where you have to go.
On your phone screen, yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, fine. And the phone is attached on one of those things on the dashboard, is it?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Okay, fine.
So it all comes through and you just go and do the job, and it's quite working, and it's more beneficial to the drivers. You're going to get more work through the system, and it's sort of like the radio systems now are outdated. You know, if they break down, there's very few repairers around, so it's a way forward, you know.
I see. Fine. So what's happened?
Right, well, they came, fitted it on the 29th of the 1st of January, so that's 2 weeks after we purchased it, and they came, gave us a training when they fitted it, and we had a sort of training day with them after they fitted it and showed us a bit of how it works and that. Mm-hmm. On the 19th, they came to connect the phones to the system because they couldn't do it in the beginning.
Sorry, they fitted it on the 29th of the 1st, but then what did they do with the phones?
Well, they couldn't connect the phones to the system, even though when they came to the demonstration, they said our phone system would be all right to connect to their system.
Right.
So they came then they came back, but they fitted it on the 29th, but we had no phone connected to the computerised system. On the 19th of February, they came back for another training day, and they connected one phone to the system. We've got two phones in the office. Mm-hmm. And they only connected one phone to the system. So nothing has happened since that day. On that day, we also purchased 10 PDAs.
A PDA being a what? A handheld?
A PDA is a handheld thing by a device similar to a mobile phone where your jobs would come through, because some drivers don't want to use their mobile phones.
Sorry, how many did you say you purchased?
We purchased 10, and that was at a cost of $1,200 plus that, $1,440. 1,440.
Okay, fine.
And
so what is the problem you have?
Well, we haven't got the PDAs. The system is only connected to one phone, and we can't really use the system 100%. We're still reliant on the radio system.
Why?
Because they haven't done their job, obviously.
Well, hang on a second, because what I need to try and understand, I mean, I totally get the fact they've not connected it to one of the phones is a problem. But when you say they haven't done their job properly, so meaning you can't use it properly, what is it they haven't done apart from not connect the other phone up that means you can't use the system properly?
Well, we haven't got the 10 PDAs that we purchased on the 29th of January.
And they go in the cars, do they?
They go in the cars, yeah.
Right, yeah.
And they just haven't been in touch with us. You know,
what do the company say? I mean, when you call them up, I presume you haven't paid them the full amount that they're owed.
Yeah, they want the money when you order.
Lionel, sorry, I don't know what's going on with your phone. You're starting to vanish a little bit.
No, I'm still here.
Okay. So you had to pay in full before you could get anything?
Yeah, when you order it, that's when you make the payment.
Right.
When you order anything with them, they want the payment when you order it, and then they bring it when they've got the money.
And now you can't get hold of them?
No, it's very difficult to get hold of them. A colleague of mine has called them once. Another colleague called them twice. He was told they're ringing back, and they never rang him back, so he rang them the next day, and they promised us that PDAs would be here. First of all, they told us they would be delivered on the 2nd of March, and we're still waiting.
Right, OK. Well, that's very, very frustrating. And is this having an impact on your business, or are you managing to cope?
Well, we're coping, but obviously the radio system is so old now, and, we want to go forward,
Yeah, OK, fine.
And we're being held back.
It's an interesting one. I've never dealt with one of these before. Let's see if we can get a call into this company. PDA, by the way, stands for Personal Digital Assistant. How luxury. Tara, can I please pass Lionel back to you? Can we get some detail, go and have a word with this company and ask them, why have they taken all the money and yet they haven't actually fulfilled the contract yet? No PDAs, only one of the phone lines has been connected. The system is not up and running. And why haven't they got it sorted? We need to get some answers.
I shall do exactly that. And I've seen these PDAs in action. They make a very slick service.
Well, if they are given to you and if they are actually connected up to the phone system, yeah, I'm sure. Lionel, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to Tara now. We'll get some detail, OK?
All right, thanks very much.
Hang on there.
Fighting for your rights. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, here's a very interesting case. Dominic came to me. He was telling me that in 2018, his partner wanted some work done on her teeth. She wanted to get them straightened. Well, he said he'd treat her to this job, and he agreed to pay the full £3,245, which he stuck on his credit card.
They made up retainers to call measurements for teeth and whatever, and the process was she started her dental plan. Every sort of 2 to 3 weeks, she'd change her retainers. She was about halfway to 3/4 way through her treatment. Turned up last Friday to the dentist, and they had completely vanished. The person next door said they'd been gone for about 4 weeks. When it come to paying, we paid in full. I paid on my credit card, and I thought, right, I'll give the credit card a ring, because obviously from listening to your show, I knew I had a certain level of protection there. To my horror, they wasn't interested at all.
Yes, I mean, the reality is that when you buy something on a credit card, the credit card company is jointly liable with whichever company it is that is providing the product or service for the fulfilment of the contract. And therefore, if, for example, you've paid for a holiday on your credit card and then the holiday company goes out of business before you can have the holiday, you can claim your money back from the credit card company. It's a very, very useful tool for all consumers to remember. But in this particular case, it doesn't seem to be working for Dominic, because the credit card company have said to him they're not prepared to pay him back. Why not? I've been off to have a word with them. And this is intriguing. Dominic's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Dominic.
Hi, good morning, Jonathan.
Now, your credit card is a Tesco Bank credit card.
Yes.
And I've spoken to Tesco Bank, and they've come back with the following response. Let's see what they've said, and let's see where we're going to take it from here. They say, we have every sympathy with Dominic for the situation he finds himself in after the dental surgery went out of business. However, unfortunately, after careful review, we've concluded that Section 75 rights do not apply in his case. It's a Section 75 claim that you're able to put to a credit card company in the event, for example, of a company going out of business. They go on to say, for customers to benefit from their Section 75 rights, there has to be both a breach of contract as well as a direct link between Tesco Bank, the cardholder, and the supplier. In this case, the supplier was the dental surgery. There was a break in this link in this instance, as Dominic bought the dental treatment on the card for his partner. As Dominic did not directly benefit from the purchase, and it was his partner who had the contract with the surgery rather than him as the card holder, Section 75 rights unfortunately do not apply. Dominic has now referred his claim to the Financial Ombudsman Service, and we await its final outcome. So Tesco Bank are absolutely confident that because you paid for the service for your partner on your card, but actually the contract is with her in her name, it means that they are under no obligation under Section 75 to pay you back the money that you've now lost as a result of this dental surgery going out of business.
Yeah. It just sounds, it's just awful, really. It's a bit smelly, isn't it, I think?
It does sound smelly, and I tell you what I'm particularly interested in. If your partner was in fact your wife and had the same surname as you, I wonder whether that would make any difference here. Because lots of couples who have credit cards, for example, will buy things for their husband or their wife on their credit card, but the purchase is in effect being made as a couple.
Yep.
I wonder whether it makes any difference that your partner has a different surname and therefore the contract is in the surname of a different person rather than in your surname, which I think is Smith, isn't it?
That's right, yes.
So if your partner was Mrs. Smith, I wonder whether that would make any difference. Is it right that you've now put in a claim to the Financial Ombudsman Service?
Well, I did do. I did that before I spoke to you, but I mean, they said it can take absolute months to sort out, and so I come to yourself, and still sort of no further forward, are we really? It's I feel like they are just trying to exclude their liability. To be honest with you,
Well, it's a fascinating twist, and what is rather interesting is that we've dealt with exactly this same issue with Tesco Bank previously, exactly the same, where somebody had purchased something that the contract was in the name of for example, I mean, I can tell you what it's all about because regular listeners will know. Derek, who came to my programme regarding his sofas that had faded because the fabric was clearly of poor quality and therefore the dye had started to fade. They purchased using a Tesco credit card, but the actual sofas were purchased in his wife's name.
Yeah, I remember.
But Tesco, when they reviewed the case, they recognised that the purchase was for both of them and therefore said that they were prepared to pay. But obviously in this case, Tesco feel that because the purchase was for teeth that are in your partner's mouth rather than a sofa that sits in both of your living room, that they are able to suggest that the contract is not directly with you as the card holder. It'd be fascinating to know how this pans out.
Yes. So, I mean, where do we go from here, Jonathan?
Well, I think we need to wait and see what the Financial Ombudsman actually says. I think what might also be rather useful is let me do a little digging around. Let me see if I can find a lawyer who specialises in Section 75 claims and in credit card claims. I wonder whether a lawyer feels that that you would have any kind of rights if this were to go to court in terms of challenging the decision made by Tesco.
Yes.
Let me go and do that. Let's take it from there. If indeed the situation you find yourself in is a situation that Tesco Bank can quite legitimately argue and can refuse to pay out on, this is something that everyone needs to be aware of.
Yes, I think so. I mean, she's left in the predicament now. Obviously, she's got to carry on and finish her dental treatment off, So what should we go and find another dentist and sort of just pay for it and just keep the receipts? Or, it needs finishing.
Yeah, well, I think that's all you can do. I mean, as you say, she's halfway through the treatment.
Yeah.
To be fair to Tesco Bank, it's not their fault that the dental surgery has gone out of business. It's not your partner's fault either. But I think the only thing she can do really is to finish the treatment that she needs.
Yeah.
In the hope that we can find some way of arguing that Tesco Bank do have an obligation to return the proportion of the money for the remainder of this contract back to the card holder.
Yeah. I mean, she did call a dentist up, and it basically means she's going sort of almost back. She can't just finish her treatment. She has to have another cling check done by a dental company, and of course they have to make further retainers, whether it's sort of 1 or 20.
Yeah.
The mould has to be made. So it's basically sort of going back to the start again. You know, so it's very frustrating, really.
So, I mean, I presume her teeth are straighter than they were to begin with.
Oh, they're much. There's a huge difference. But at the end of it, she was have to have these fixed retention bars fitted for life for the top and the bottom. Of course, they haven't been done yet. And the idea, and to have a thingy bob in her mouth that will stay there if she sleeps with at night time for the rest of her life, you know, to stop them moving. But of course, she hasn't got.
Why would they
yet.
move?
Well, that's what happens. They move. So they move at night. They still move if you don't have the.
Yeah, but does that happen to you and me then? Are our teeth moving as well at night?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm quite lucky. I've got straight teeth. You know. People without straight teeth, I suppose if you go through this treatment plan, and if you've not got the bars and, you know, fitted at the end of it, they're going to move back.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I mean, I would certainly urge you to get another opinion on that. I think it's always a good idea, particularly whenever you're looking at dental work or any kind of healthcare advice. It's always a good idea to get another opinion when it comes to spending potentially thousands of pounds.
Yep.
Let me go and see if I can get a legal answer for you in terms of whether or not you have any right to take this one to court. And I think what we need to then wait and see is what the Financial Ombudsman has to say about this. But it's very interesting, and it shows that certainly you are better off to avoid getting yourself in a situation like this if you are buying something, even if you're buying it as a couple. If the contract is in one of your names and not the other, then make sure that it is the credit card used by that person rather than... Yeah, I mean, for example, if only she'd stuck this on her credit card and then you transferred her the money if you wanted to buy it for her...
Yeah.
Then
you don't think of that, do you, at the time?
No, you don't. No, as a couple. I mean, I would imagine that people all the time, you know, you stick it on my card, stick it on your card, but ultimately, if you're a couple, it's something that you do all the time. So,
I mean, it's like when you're buying a gift, you buy a gift, you know, an experience gift or whatever. Obviously, the contract itself is going to be in that person's name.
Quite.
So, you know, it's something we need to learn about, really, isn't it?
Let me go and get this legal advice. Let's take it from there. And if there is anything we can do to help you further, of course, Dominic, we will.
We really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
OK. Lots of you commenting on that story from Dominic regarding this dental treatment that he paid for his partner to have. He put the treatment on his Tesco credit card. The dental company has gone out of business. And as a result, he's tried to put in a Section 75 claim with Tesco. But Tesco have said that because the contract was between the dental surgery and his partner, not between the dental surgery and Dominic in Dominic's name, they feel that they do not have to honour the Section 75 claim. Lots of you saying, as far as you're concerned, that stinks. Listen. Trust me, if we can find a way of Dominic being able to pursue this legally, we will certainly suggest that to him. I'm going to go off and have a word with a top lawyer who specialises in this kind of claim, just to see what his chances of success are. And I'll bring you up to speed with that as soon as we have some answers. Now, to Maddie, who came to me regarding a laptop. She purchased this laptop a couple of years ago with money that she'd received for her 21st birthday. It was all working absolutely fine until that is she went to perform the latest software update on it.
I left my laptop to update and came back to it, and it switched off. It was a black screen. I couldn't switch it back on. So the same day I went to the manufacturer's shop and they said that the main circuit board had failed and it needed replacing, and that would cost me £468. I could not get a repair under them as I'm out of warranty and I don't have insurance.
Well, Maddie refused to pay. She didn't think that a software update should cause the laptop to break, and I'm absolutely inclined to agree with her as well. She feels the laptop has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time and therefore went back to the retailer that she purchased the laptop from, John Lewis, and argued to them that they'd sold her a product that had not lasted for a reasonable amount of time. Well, she came to me because John Lewis was saying to her, sorry, but because it's over 2 years old, there's nothing we can do, which is simply unacceptable. And I've been arguing that point with John Lewis. Maddie's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Maddie.
Hi, Jonathan.
Now, to be fair to John Lewis, they did indeed change their position on this. And in fact, the last response that I received was very encouraging. They came back to say, we acknowledge that this has been a frustrating experience for the customer and we would like to get it resolved for her. As such, we would like to cover the full cost of the repair on this occasion and we will be making contact with her today. Well, that was great news, and you were very happy with that. And I understand since our last conversation, you have indeed been in communication with John Lewis, and things are happening. What's going on now?
Yes, so they contacted me the same day, and they said because I wanted to escalate the matter, they kind of wanted to squash it. So
I'm sure they didn't phrase it quite like that. I'm quite sure they suggested that what they wanted to do was try and resolve the matter for you.
No, they didn't say that. But my impression is that because I was going to escalate it further and, file small claims sort of process, they said that they processed payment and they sent me the full cost of the repair that was quoted by the manufacturer.
Brilliant.
And
which was how much?
It was £468.
468 quid, and you've actually got that payment now, have you?
Yeah, I've got that, and I've already been to the manufacturer's shop, and I've submitted it for repair and paid for it with the money that John Lewis sent me.
Great, okay. And how long's the repair going to take?
I think it's about 5 days. From an update from the manufacturer, I know it's been diagnosed already, so I'm guessing the next step is for it to actually get repaired.
Good. Okay. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. Listen to this. Oh, gosh. Hang on. It's a bit loud. Hang on. Let me try again. Half of the horn.
Yes.
John Lewis will get the rest as soon as everything's been repaired. But to be fair to them, they've done everything that they possibly can in terms of giving you the money for the repair. So we will, of course, thank them very much. Can you keep me in the loop, please? Because as soon as you've got your laptop back and we know that it's all working fine, I'll give them the rest of the horn. Remember Ken? Ken bought himself a gift. He got a voucher to fly a microlight aircraft. Well, he spent £94 on this voucher, and he bought the voucher on November the 26th. In January, he decided to try and redeem this voucher, but when he did, he got a bit of a shock.
I purchased an online voucher in November last year for a microlight trial flight. I tried to redeem the voucher on the 29th of January this year with the microlight company, but they told me they no longer do business with this voucher company, and they hadn't done so for a long time. Well, I went on their site, and the only way I could get in touch with them is through their customer care site. Filling out a form with my complaint, which I did and sent off that day. So far, I haven't heard anything from them.
So it appears that Ken has managed to buy himself a voucher from a company that actually has sold him a voucher that was never redeemable because the voucher company has stopped doing business with the Microlight company some time ago. And in fact, the Microlight company no longer operates. So why on earth did they allow Ken to buy this completely and utterly pointless voucher? That's the question we've been trying to get to the bottom of. Ken's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Ken.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, I know Tara has been speaking to the company concerned. This is the voucher company. What's their name again, Tara? Is it?
It's Go Groupie.
Go Groupie.
Let's say I've been speaking to them. I've been attempting to speak to them. It has been quite difficult to
A
get hold of
one-way
them.
conversation.
Yeah. So I resent everything on Friday because I had a little bit more that I wanted to put to them. And I was very pleased to find out that actually they then got in touch with Ken.
Which is weird, because they have not had the courtesy of responding to us whatsoever. But that doesn't matter, as long as they've communicated with their customer. What have they said to you, Ken?
Well, they sent me an apology by email and said they refunded my money. I checked Tuesday morning and it was in my bank account.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I mean, that's good that they've refunded you the money. Did they give any explanation when they contacted you as to why they'd sold you a voucher that was meaningless?
Well, I sent you a copy of the email they sent me, and to be quite honest, I think the apology is pathetic.
What does it... Have they given us any explanation, Tara, in the email that they sent to Ken as to why on earth they'd been selling a voucher that was not redeemable in the first place?
Well, interestingly, let me just tell you before I find that email, it was interesting because on the Friday when I resent everything, it was still possible to go ahead and book for this voucher. But after speaking to Ken, I had another look to find out whether anything had changed, and it is now no longer there as an option, which is great. So people can't accidentally book a voucher that is no longer available.
Okay, so that's good. So we are getting some success in terms of they've removed the voucher so no one else can buy it, because it would be a pointless voucher to buy anyway because you can't redeem it, because the company has gone out of business that provides the microlight service, and anyway they'd severed their ties with this voucher company some time ago anyway. They've also refunded Ken's money. That's all great, but any explanation at all as to why they'd allowed Ken to buy this voucher that was meaningless, Tara?
No explanation as to why that voucher was still available. They have said that they will be running an internal investigation though to ensure that they improve their processes and communication going forward.
Good. Okay. Well, I mean, let me level with you, Ken. It's frustrating that they haven't bothered to come back to us at all and to provide us with anything for the programme. However, my main concern has always been you and the money that you've spent on this, so I'm very pleased that you've now got that money back, and I'm very pleased that they have taken that voucher off their site so no one else can buy the same meaningless, pointless, unredeemable voucher again.
Now, I know, Ken, you went out and bought this voucher because you really wanted to do a microlight flight. And I, when we first started investigating this, had a chat with the bloke who had been running this microlight service. And you'd had a conversation with him as well, and I know that you found him very helpful. And he also said to me that, look, although he's not in the business anymore, if you were to want to find someone else who could provide that microlight flight for you, he still has a lot of strong contacts in the industry, and he can certainly advise you if that's what you're still interested in doing.
Oh, okay. Ken, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, that's very helpful. I mean, I haven't contacted him yet, but I will do so.
Good. Okay, well, will you just let us know what happens, because we'd love to know if you do indeed end up having the microlight flight from another company instead. Regarding the money that you've spent, I'm delighted you've got it back. Go Groupie. It's a shame and it's rather rude you didn't even bother to respond to us. However, we'll draw a line under it because you've paid your customer back. That's the most important thing. Ken, any other problems? You know where we are.
Right, thank you very much. You and your team, Jonathan.
Good morning.
Morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
It's regarding an airline company. When I'm flying from California back to Heathrow, my wife and I were in the boarding lounge waiting to board. 5 minutes before we were all due to board, another passenger came up to us and a group of people and said to us, did we have a food voucher? And we said, what was that? Apparently they were giving out food vouchers with the boarding passes because there would not be any food on board the plane.
Why wasn't there any food on board the plane?
Well, that's what they were saying. There wasn't any food. There was not going to be a food service. That's what they said.
What, all the way from California?
Correct, yes. So as we hadn't heard about these vouchers, and the people at the gate hadn't tannoyed anybody, obviously a crowd of people went up there. They started handing them out, and then they extended the boarding time by half an hour so that people could go and get some food or sandwiches. And in fact, there were so many people queuing up. We went to the outlets, and no one would accept the vouchers. So we had to buy our own food and then board the plane, which is what we did.
So hang on one second, just so I understand this fully.
Okay.
So you check in.
Yeah.
You check all your bags in to fly back from California.
Correct.
No mention at all that there was any problem with the food service.
Not a thing at all, no.
You get in there, you have your time in the airport.
Yeah, 2.5 hours, yeah.
You then get to the gate, getting ready to board the plane.
Yep.
And at that point, just as you're due to board the plane, suddenly you find out that there's this problem with the food on the plane, and that if you get a voucher, they'll give you a voucher and you can go and buy some food in the airport for you to take on the plane.
Yep.
But none of the shops would accept the voucher.
No one would accept them. So there was, as you imagine, there was a queue of people at various of them, so we couldn't do it. Anyway, we got on board, and...
Well, how much did you have to spend buying food at the airport to get on the plane?
It's not a lot. It was $26. Right, so it's not the end of the world for some sandwiches and that, but it was $26.
Okay.
Once we were on the plane, once we were up in the air, the head of the stewards came on and apologised and said, look, there is food on the plane, but I only have 5 staff. We're very short on staff, so obviously we can't go around giving food. So it was in the galleys, but they couldn't do it because at least someone had to be by the ovens, and they couldn't spare one by the ovens.
You joke? I've never heard anything like this. So they had the food in the oven, but they didn't have enough members of cabin crew to deliver it to your seat?
Correct, yes. So he apologised that and said there would be hot and cold drinks and snacks in the galley. Well, in fact, the snacks were just packets of pretzels and small bars of Kit Kat and stuff like that.
Right.
So that's what we had to do for the whole flight.
Surely I would have thought there has to be a minimum number of cabin crew for safety reasons anyway.
Well, I did query that with the CAA because I phoned up about that because someone else said, and they weren't very forthcoming, so I didn't get anywhere with that. But we also thought the same.
Yeah, you would have thought that, depending on how many hundreds of passengers are on that plane, you would have thought that for safety reasons there have to be a minimum number of cabin crew.
Well, that's what we thought.
Wow.
And other passengers. Anyway, CAA didn't come up with me any. But before we were due to land, the steward came on and said he'd been in contact with his head office, and they were going to send us a text and email to apologise. That's all well and good. But he did say, look, once you've gone through immigration and baggage claim, there'll be a member of staff there handing out food vouchers so you can get some food at Heathrow. Well, come on, who wants to sit down and have a meal when you're just going to get off the plane after 11-hour flight? You want to get home.
Yeah, quite.
Yeah. Anyway, no one was there to give them out. So that's the vouchers.
Right. So, I'm presuming you're hoping to get your $26 back and an apology.
I'm wanting that back, certainly. But once at home, I contacted the customer service, went through it with them, and they said, we can give you an e-voucher. I said, what's that? Well, it's a voucher towards another flight. It's valid for a year. And I said, well, that's no use to me. I don't want a voucher for that, thank you. I then spoke to a manager, and he offered twice the value in vouchers. I said, I still don't want them. All I want is my money I paid out on my sandwiches. And he said, well, look, I can give you the cash value of the food vouchers you couldn't use at the airport, and also give you the money for your sandwiches, but I want a receipt. Now, needless to say, I didn't have a receipt.
Oh, dear.
With half an hour to go on board, there's a queue, I don't know how long. All you're doing is trying to get sandwiches, get them on and get on the plane. So
that is a bit of a problem as far as I'm concerned, that you haven't got the receipt.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I haven't got a receipt.
How did you pay for it? In cash?
In cash, yes. As did the other passengers.
Then, let me just manage your expectations. And we're out of time for today. I'm going to pass you back to Tara.
Yep.
We will go and have a word with the airline. I would feel very confident if you had the receipt. The fact you don't have the receipt, in effect, means that you don't have any proof that you did spend that money.
Correct.
But I think the point that we put to the airline is I'd like some answers from them. And if they don't dispute that you're in that situation, then why are they not giving you the benefit of the doubt? Hang on there. Consumer problem regarding coronavirus. Tell me everything, without naming any company names, though, please, Maggie.
Yes, of course. It's more a query, really, Jonathan.
Okay.
We've booked a holiday to go out on the 27th of March to Italy, which obviously we can't go now.
No.
And I've spoken to the holiday company, and we're going out with one airline and coming back with another. And we're going to get a refund on our airline coming back, and the other airlines contacted me directly and offered me a refund. But the actual hotel, the travel company said, are not going to pay at the moment. But they said, give it a few days and they'll come back to me.
Am I presuming then this is not a package holiday?
Well, I thought it was, to be honest with you. I booked the hotel and the flights through this company together.
Yes,
I don't know, there's different rules.
That doesn't necessarily mean that it's a package holiday. My advice to everybody listening to the programme, whenever you are booking to go on a holiday, make sure that you are booking a formal package holiday.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is sold to you as a package, including the flights, the transfers or the car hire, the accommodation. Make sure that it is officially listed as a package holiday, because there are lots of companies out there that book the individual components for you as if it's a package. But because it's individual components rather than one package and you're paying one company for having put the whole thing together for you, you're not protected in the same way that you would be if it was a formal package holiday. I'm presuming from the description you're giving that what you've done is you've booked it through a company who's simply gone online and booked you flights and accommodation individually.
Possibly, and transfers as well. But they've just charged us one price.
Okay. Well, have you asked the question? Have you gone back to the travel agent and said, can you just confirm, is this a package holiday?
I haven't. I didn't realise I hadn't got one, to be honest with you, Jonathan, but I've learnt something.
Well, I don't know. You might have a package holiday, in which case, if it's a package holiday, then you are protected, as far as I'm concerned. Particularly if this is an ABTA travel agent that you booked through. I think
they're Atoll, if that makes sense.
No, Atoll is completely different. Atoll is regarding flights.
Okay.
ABTA is the travel association. ABTA have a policy whereby if you book a package holiday through one of their operatives, then if there is a problem such as this, then it is my understanding that you would be entitled to expect the holiday company to rearrange everything for you or to give you the opportunity to cancel and get all of your money back, including the accommodation.
Right.
So
well,
Atoll's very different to ABTA.
Yeah. Well, I think then I possibly haven't got a package. But my query really is, if I accept the flights refund, does that cancel my holiday completely? Can I not go back to my credit card company under Section 75 of the Consumer Goods, etc., for the balance, or does that not happen?
Well, let's just work this out and let's go through it step by step. So first of all, whereabouts are you planning to go in Italy? Is it to a part of Italy that the British government have officially declared a no-go zone for British holidaymakers?
Well, it's southern Italy, it's Sorrento.
See, I know that Italy have quarantined pretty much the whole country.
Yeah.
What is the government's actual advice? Have you looked up the advice?
Yeah, I understood that it was all of Italy and all the flights have been cancelled.
Okay. Well, I'm just looking this up now because I don't know the answer. But I presume if the government have said the official advice regarding Italy, let's have a look here, Italy. Right, what does it say? The Foreign and Commonwealth Office advise against all but essential travel to Italy due to an ongoing outbreak of coronavirus and in line with various controls and restrictions imposed by the Italian authorities. Right, well, as far as I'm concerned then, if you have paid by credit card, then you are unable, through no fault of your own, to have the contract fulfilled. So therefore, if the holiday company will not give you your money back, then I would have thought you're in a strong position to try and make a claim through your credit card company.
Wonder. It's just thought if I claim the flights back through the holiday company, which I can do, it's just they're saying at the moment they're not going to pay the hotel back, but that might change. You know, they're a good company because I've been with them before. It's not as if it's the first time. But at the moment, they weren't sure. So I just thought if I accepted my flights and got the money back for those, and the shortfall, if the holiday company says the hotel won't pay up, can I get the balance of my credit card? That was really what I was...
I'm just having a little look. So the company that you've booked through, I've just been given some details here.
Yeah.
It does not appear that they are members of ABTA.
No, probably not.
So that means you don't have the kind of protection that you would have if you'd booked this holiday through an ABTA member.
Right.
Yeah, I can't see any mention of ABTA cover whatsoever with this particular... In fact, I've never even heard of this company before.
Yeah, they're quite good.
Well, yes, but they're not members of ABTA, and that is fairly crucial as far as I'm concerned. I would never, from a personal perspective, I don't book holidays with companies that are not members of ABTA.
No, I'll be honest, I thought Atoll was the same sort of thing.
No.
So that's my mistake.
No.
So
Well,
I've learned something there, Jonathan.
Well, I think what I would be inclined to do is I would go back to this holiday company and I would say, look, you can't fulfil this holiday that I booked through you. You cannot fulfil it because it would be going against British government advice to fulfil this. So I would like to cancel it. Can you please confirm that you are prepared to refund the entire cost for the holiday? I have booked this as a package with you. I have paid you. I have not paid the airline and the hotel separately. I have paid you the money. You sold me this as a package. Therefore, I would like you to either allow me to defer this holiday or to cancel it and to have my money back.
Okay, right.
Can you have a go at doing that and let me know how you get on?
I will, Jonathan, yeah.
I think you need to formally request that before you take it any further.
Okay,
and it is just a warning to everybody. Make sure when you're booking holidays, always book formal package holidays. And if you ensure that you do so with a company that is a member of ABTA, then you have the protection that ABTA offer you as well.
Yeah, that's
and always pay for it on a credit card.
Yeah, I've done that.
Well, good, and I'm pleased about that because it may well be that you will have to fall back on making the claim from the credit card. But let's see how we get on. Keep me in the loop, please.
I will do, Jonathan. Thank you very much. I won't be able to do it today because I've got to go somewhere, but I will do it tomorrow and let your team know.
Please do, because if necessary, I will have to go and have a word with that company and find out how they have exactly sold you that holiday. Derek was telling me in July of last year, he bought himself a pressure washer. A man after my own heart. I love a good old pressure washing sesh. It cost £223. This was a posh one. He only used it about a dozen times or so when it stopped working.
It's failed in two ways. One is it keeps cutting out, which sounds like an electrical problem. And the other thing is that the locking components that fit together are not working properly. They're jamming. I've probably used it at the very most 6 times. And when I say I've used it, it's my son that's used it. He cleans the cars with it. We've had the same make pressure washers before. We've used them used this one in exactly the same way as we've used the previous ones. They've all lasted ever so well. This suddenly gone kaput on me.
Well, it's very frustrating because Derek said that he went back to the retailer to complain about the situation, and they simply said, no, it is our policy that you have to speak to the manufacturer, nothing to do with us. I'm sorry, that is completely and utterly incorrect. And everybody listening to this programme, you need to be aware of this. Your contract is with the company that you pay the money to. It is not with the manufacturer. Never allow a retailer to fob you off. That said, I mean, if you go to a retailer and they are perfectly reasonable, if they say to you, look, we have a relationship with the manufacturer and it is normally easier and quicker for you to go directly to the manufacturer, but any problems, come back and let us know and we'll help you, that's fine. You know, we don't need to be precious about it. But if a retailer ever tells you they have no responsibility to you, or that the person responsible is the manufacturer, that's simply not true. And it was exactly that point that I went to put to this retailer on Derek's behalf. He's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Derek.
Good morning to you, Jonathan.
I explained
the big thanks to you.
Well,
marvellous.
I went off to have a word with this company, and I understand they've been straight in touch with you. What's the latest? What have they said now?
Well, I've got excellent progress to report. Shortly after we spoke, I received a call from a lady from the supplier. Yeah, she had the maker of the pressure washer on another line, and the maker has offered to collect the existing pressure washer from me, and once I've emailed the details to them, which I've done, and they'll repair and return the pressure washer to me.
Great.
The retailer admitted that the staff at the local store should have dealt with me differently, and the company is going to respond to my formal complaint that I made about my treatment.
Good.
So when all is resolved, I will perhaps think again about having said that I'll not deal with them in the future. I'll keep you posted if you wish. You've been absolutely brilliant.
Well, I'm delighted that they have had this complete change around, because it was simply incorrect advice that they were giving you. And what is worrying, and I'm pleased that they seem to have accepted that that advice was wrong and that they are going to kind of address that as a company. What is concerning is how many other customers have they said this to, Derek?
That was my thought. It was the way it was said. It made me very uncomfortable. I had 3 people repeating the same simple phrase over and again to me and just staring me in the eye and saying, you have to go to the makers, which I knew wasn't true. But you've turned it round, so it's been absolutely wonderful.
Well, let's hope we've turned it round. I mean, at the moment, they're getting it sorted, which is the main thing. I'm delighted. They've liaised with the manufacturer, which is the main thing. But what I would like to do is just to make sure that they have retrained all of their staff to make sure anybody else returning items is given the correct information rather than the incorrect information. Because it's okay, Derek, if you listen to my programme, lots of my listeners feel empowered with the knowledge that they have to be able to go into a retailer and to say to a manager even, I'm sorry, but you've got this wrong.
As I did.
You're giving me incorrect...
Yeah.
But what, if you don't listen to my programme, and if you go into a retailer and the manager of the store says to you, we don't deal with that, that would be down to the manufacturer now, I'm afraid, sorry, but there's nothing we can do. So many customers would just believe that person, thinking, well, they must be telling me the truth because they're the manager of the store.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why it was so difficult to get past them. They just wouldn't budge on this simple phrase. But it does sound as though they're going to address it. Subject to getting sensible responses, I hope, to my complaint. The makers have been truly brilliant. I mean, they were so helpful.
Well, I would have been surprised if they weren't, to be honest. What I'm going to do, listen to this. It's a bit of the horn. The company will get the rest as soon as you've got your pressure washer back fixed. Let's hope that it's not... I mean, have they given you any idea how long you're going to have to wait? Because my concern would be we are hurtling towards pressure washing time, aren't we?
Well, remember that what happened, my son was with me when we were sort of not treated well. He saw how badly I was treated in the store. So he went straight out and bought me another pressure washer. I mean, that was his kindness to me. So we were able to get on and clean cars and get on with...
So what are you going to do? Keep both of them and keep one of them as a backup?
Yeah, I'll live with that. That's a reality. That's a reality of the world, isn't it? But you've turned it round, and and let's hope they respond sensibly to the complaint, and as you say, train their staff properly for the future.
That's all we ask. Derek, thank you very much indeed. Please keep me posted, and hopefully things will be concluded very shortly, and we will make sure that retail has retrained their staff as well. Now, to John. John needed a new security light. He saw one for $14.99 from a voucher company that he'd previously used.
The same item is normally around about £70.
Blimey.
When I first did this on this site a few months ago before Christmas, I was amazed at the discounts and thought there's a catch somewhere, and there wasn't. Everything worked fine. But this time it's not. After a week or so, I thought, I haven't heard anything, I'll chase it up. So I chased it up. They said, oh, don't worry, it's on its way. It'll be definitely there by the 9th of February.
Well, he's been in touch with them again. They gave him another date, which has already passed. Where on earth is his security light, for goodness sake? That's the question we've been off to ask. John's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, John.
Morning, JVS.
Good morning. Right, Tara's been off to have a word with this voucher company. Well, I say to have a word. I have a sneaky feeling you probably haven't been successful in actually... It's been a one-way conversation, rather like the last one-way conversation we had with them. What's going on?
It has been a one-way conversation, but I did set out the issues that John is and has been facing with trying to get hold of the security light, and we don't want to leave John's property feeling insecure for all this time, and he just wanted his light. And annoyingly, I didn't hear from them, but they bypassed me and went straight to John.
Well, that's, again, rather like the case we dealt with yesterday. I presume this is Go Groupie.
This is Go Groupie, yes.
So Go Groupie, who, regarding one of our other cases yesterday, rudely did not respond to us. They have done the same for you, John. However, we won't be precious about it as long as they've sorted things out with you. What have they said to you, John?
Well, the day that I contacted you, I then sent them an email saying that I would be contacting you if, you know, and to be ready for you to get back onto them. They then sent me an email apologising, and the very next day they sent another email saying, sorry about it all, really sort of humble apologies, we'll refund everything, including all the post and packing and everything else. And it'll be in my account within 3 days. Well, I looked, I was a bit wary, but I looked the next day, and sure enough, the money had gone back into my account.
Great.
My credit card.
Any explanation as to why they hadn't got you the security light that you wanted?
Not really an explanation, but the strange part is that this morning, about 10 minutes ago, a security light turned up.
You're joking?
No.
Oh, gosh.
And it had been sent from their suppliers. They Go Groupie aren't manufacturers.
No.
No. But the people who supply it, who are an Indian company, had obviously got involved somewhere, and they sent me another light.
Right.
So
well,
I'm going to get in touch with Go Groupies, explain that I've got this light, I've got my money, I don't mind whether they have it all back or whatever, but just to find out what they're doing.
Oh, OK, so you're going to contact them?
I was going to contact them. Well, I felt that, you know, they've done what they said they would do. I don't think I should profit from it.
OK, all right. Well, I mean, yeah, by all means, contact them, explain the fact that the light has now arrived, and ask them whether they now want to take the $14.99 again. Although I think I would be very inclined just to caveat that with, this is all just becoming a nightmare for me, having to deal with all of this. I, in good faith, purchased this light via your voucher site, because I had had a good experience in the past, and I've had far from a good experience this time. It's been a waste of my time. It's been a waste of effort. I thank you for giving me the money back. Now the light has turned up. What do you want to do about it? Yeah. I think I would phrase it like that and see if they still feel that it is right to take $14.99 from you, considering everything you've had to go through just to get this blooming light. And I would just reiterate again to Go Groupie, it's a great shame that they haven't had the courtesy of just responding and explaining to this programme why not just one of their customers has been let down, but two of their customers now have been let down. And although we're very grateful that they've resolved the issue with the customer, it would be nice if they could offer some reassurance for everybody else. John, what do you want me to do? Shall I thank them and give them the horn?
I think you should do. I've got the money, so that's cleared away. And I'm happy that... And they did come back quickly, although not personally.
Well, you say that. When was it you ordered this light?
Well, I ordered it, about 4 weeks ago.
4 weeks ago?
Yeah.
And you've never received the light And you came to my programme because you were just getting promises as to dates when it would be delivered, and it wasn't then delivered.
Well, that's true, yeah.
I mean, let's just be a bit realistic here in terms of the company that we're dealing with and the fact that now they seem to have whirred into action, but they hadn't done really until this last week or so. Anyway, we'll draw a line under it.
Yep.
We'll thank them very much indeed. John, any other line? Hello, David.
Hello, good morning, Jonathan.
Morning, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, then. Okay, this is an ongoing thing, basically. It's been going on for nearly 4 years. Basically, I decided to treat myself to a motor vehicle, from a motor vehicle car parts supplier, an heavy-duty workshop jack. And...
Sorry, you decided to treat yourself to a vehicle from where? From a...
Sorry. What it is, I'm a DIY car, you know, doing my own DIY car servicing, basically.
Right.
And I decided to treat myself 4 years ago to a workshop jack. It's actually called a heavy-duty jack, basically, 3.2 tonne.
Is that one of those car jacks where you have the kind of the long lever and you pump it up and down and it lifts the car up?
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, that's the one.
Right.
And it had a magic lift, what they call magic lift, incorporated into it. So it's a service jack with magic lift. Quite a good one.
How much did you pay for this jack?
I paid £120 for it. Well, what it is, at the time, it retailed between £230 and £300, and it was a special offer kind of thing.
Right. Well, the amount that it would have cost ordinarily doesn't really come into it, because there is normally a reason why something has been reduced in price, and therefore the law only takes into account what you've actually paid for a product rather than the price it was previously.
Yeah, I mean, that's the price if you wanted to repurchase it, basically.
Is £120, is that a very cheap price for this kind of product, or middle of the range, or a lot?
No, it's very cheap.
Right.
Very cheap, because you can still buy this thing now for, £300.
Okay.
So retails for that price.
Right.
Anyway, I only used it for personal use, basically, and basically just left it in. I use it about 12 times a year, if that.
But I thought you said that you run a business.
No, I don't run a business. I do my own DIY on the car.
Oh, I see. So this is just for your own use?
Own personal use, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe if my son comes round and might, need to change a tire or something like that.
Okay.
Or whatever.
So...
Anyway, basically I decided to treat myself, as I say, 2 years ago, to this jack with this magic lift incorporated into it, which means when you pull the lever, it goes up higher, quicker than normal, until it gets the load, and then basically, then it starts lifting normally. Anyway, after about 2 years, it's just stopped working. It wouldn't actually come up, locking it and everything. And I've got instructions for this, and it says it could need bleeding, going through the troubleshooting things, or maybe new hydraulic oil. Well,
just so I'm aware of this, you said that this has been going on for 4 years. So was it 4 years ago you purchased this product?
That's correct, yes.
Right. So you purchased it 4 years ago. Then 2 years after purchase, you started having trouble with it.
Yeah, completely stopped working. It would not go up. When you pulled the lever, it would not even rise.
Well, did you go back to the company that you purchased it from?
No, well, what it is, I had the instructions for it, and it said, like troubleshooting and all that, it could possibly need bleeding, could have some kind of airlock in it or something, it might need bleeding. Went through the processes for that, or it could need new hydraulic oil. But I never had no hydraulic oil at the time. And to be honest with you, it took about a year to decide to, because as you say, I only use it, but very occasionally kind of thing. And anyway, eventually got some hydraulic oil, tried that in it, and I had no success. I sort of looked at every YouTube video that you could on it.
But why did you not just go back to the company where you bought it from and said, look, I'm sorry, but I've purchased this product. I've only had 2 years' use out of it. It doesn't get used very often, and it stopped working. I'd like you to sort it, please.
Well, basically, yeah. I mean, I did do that after, like 3 years sort of thing. But,
so you spent a year. You spent a year trying to get it going again.
Yeah. I mean, what it is, because it was underused, and I had a little small jack that I could sort of use. I wasn't too what I say is, I was bothered because obviously it's quite a big thing. Like, you know, I thought I might be able to get it working, kind of thing myself.
Right.
You know,
okay. Well, I mean, delaying it and just leaving it for a year and not doing anything about it was not a very sensible thing. So, where are we now, 4 years later?
Yeah. Well, basically, like I spoke to them about 3.5 years later on the phone, and they said they couldn't do anything. And then, as I'm regularly listening to your program, I thought, no, this. And I've been on one of these consumer advice apps, and apparently I put all the details in there. And it just tells you if you've got a case, kind of thing. Anyway, and I thought I'll actually take the jack down to the shop itself and, see if they can, maybe sort something.
So what have they said to you, David?
Well, basically, it was quite, they was like laughing at me, kind of thing, like if I was a joke. Kind of like, you've come down here after, like this time. And he comes out, the guy, and I quote what the manager said. He said, "I've got 20 years in retail experience, and he quoted the 365-day rule, basically, and just sort of sent me out with a fee in here."
Right. Okay. Well, a couple of things. I mean, firstly, I think it's a big problem that when the product broke after 2 years, it's a great shame that you didn't try and deal with it there and then. What you should have done at that point... hang on a second, David. What you should have done at that point is to contact the retailer and to make it clear that the product had failed and that you would therefore like to give the retailer an opportunity to sort the problem out. By then delaying it by another 2 years, it doesn't really help your case. That said, the retailer does not lose any liability to you as a customer after a year, which seems to be what they were suggesting to you. I mean, that is not the case. I presume when you purchased this, did you purchase this as an independent consumer rather than business-to-business transaction?
No, independent consumer.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, David, I'll be honest with you, this is it's one of those difficult things where I'd quite like to go back and speak to the retailer and to explain to them what obligation they have to you. The problem that I have is that after 4 years, it just seems as if for the last couple of years, you've not really been that bothered about it.
Not that I haven't been bothered about it. I needed some special oil, to actually...
Yeah, but it doesn't take you 2 years to get special oil, does it?
Special hydraulic jack oil, basically, which I never had. And I had this small little one that I've sort of been using, that I've sort of reverted back to. But looking at the instructions, it said this jack should last 50 years. That's on the operating instructions. That's what it actually says.
Okay, well, look, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a deal with you, David. I will go and call this retailer and have a chat with them. But what I need you to do is to make sure that in future, if things go wrong, actually get them sorted there and then. Don't just kind of delay it for years, because it then just makes things much more difficult to deal with. Do we have a deal?
Yes. I mean, at the time, I thought I could fix it myself and save anyone any hassle, if you know what I mean.
I know, but what I don't understand is, I completely get that. After 2 years, it stopped working, and you think to yourself, oh, maybe I can fix this myself. Surely you then give yourself a week or so to try and fix it. When you haven't managed to fix it, at that point you think, I can't fix it, I'm going to go back to the retailer and complain. You don't just kind of put it to the side of your workshop for 2 years and then decide to do something about it.
Yeah, I mean, the time's really sort of, you don't realise, do you? The time sort of goes. And it's every time what it is, as I don't use it, like several times a year, it's not on your mind kind of thing. I must get this sorted out, that kind of thing, you know.
Right. But it obviously is on your mind now. So what changed after 4 years for this to be on your mind enough to kind of really want to get this retailer to deal with it?
I know what it is. I spoke to this retailer several times, and it wasn't until I decided one day I'm going to go take this check directly back to them, to the shop. But, when I got in there, basically that's when he come out with this 365-day rule. Nothing we can do. All I was asking for a little bit of support, maybe where I could take it, or give me some information where I could get it fixed. But, they don't want to seem to want to know.
All right. Well, look, David, promise me you won't leave things this long, because I don't think it helps your case. But let's go and have a word with the retailer and see if they can do anything to assist. Tara, can I pass David to you?
You can, of course.
Let's get some detail and go and have a little word, OK?
Yep.
Hang on there, please. I'm passing you back to Tara now.
Tackling your consumer problems. The JVS Show. This is BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Bob lives on a street where, at the moment, he can park his car right outside his property. However, he tells me his local authority is planning to change things and he's not at all happy.
We've been there for 25 years, and in that time there's never been a problem with parking outside our house. There are yellow lines, but they stop and then continue further down the road. The local council is putting forward for consultation a 1 hour waiting period maximum between early hours and late evening. It's going to make my life hell, because I have a problem with I have an artificial right knee. Because of that, my left knee's not very good. And I need my car to get anywhere, even if it's up the street.
So, Bob is very unhappy. He feels as if his concern is that the council are just going to go ahead, put these yellow lines outside his house, which will mean he won't be able to park his car there anymore, and he'll have to park his car miles away, which will make it very problematic for him to get to and from his vehicle. Well, I've been off to have a word not just with one council, but with two councils regarding this. Good morning to you, Bob.
Yes, Jonathan, how are you?
Good morning. I'm very well indeed, thank you, Bob. Now, I've had a couple of conversations regarding this issue. First up, I went off to have a word with your local parish council. I don't know if you're aware, but very often with planning issues, parish councils will have the opportunity to make an objection to the local council on behalf of local residents. So I went off to have a word with the parish council, spoke to a very helpful lady there, who was exceptionally nice, and she said to me, she said, well, we've discussed this now at 3 of our parish council meetings, and we were not aware of the concerns of Bob and people who think like Bob. She said, let me just explain how we've been made aware of this issue in the first place. You, I gather, Bob, live just down the road from a convenience store. It's just
that's correct.
A few doors down, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
You also live next door to a barber shop.
Correct.
Now, the lady at the parish council said that the situation that they've been made aware of it from the convenience store owner is that apparently there is some parking outside his shop, but because of a number of reasons, cars are very often now parked outside his shop all day long. We're not sure whether these are cars owned by the barbers who are in the barber shop or whether they are the customers of the barber shop, but the cars are very often left there for a long period of time, which means from the convenience store's perspective, there is nowhere for people to be able to put their car quickly outside the shop to nip in and go and get their pint of milk or their newspaper. So the convenience store... we can all understand that. It seems straightforward enough. So the convenience store holder has approached the council and has said, this is the situation. I need somewhere for customers to be able to park their car for a matter of minutes, to pop in and buy a few bits and to be able to go off, because otherwise it means sustaining my business is very difficult. So the council, this is the overall council, Milton Keynes Council, they have decided that the proposal they will consider is to have a bay or a number of bays outside the shop that will give a short amount of time for people to leave their vehicles there. And for the rest of the road to be an area where people cannot park. The problem with that, of course, is although that will help the convenience store owner, it will mean for people like you will potentially lose the parking outside your house. But the parish council said we weren't aware of the problems that Bob was likely to have because we've not actually heard from Bob. He's not been to any of our council meetings, etc. So she said to me, and this was last week, she said to me, we're due to be discussing the case again on Monday evening, and we would very much like Bob to come along and to make a representation to the parish council, which we can then in turn raise with Milton Keynes Council. Now, I know that you went to that parish council meeting. How did it go, Bob?
Well, basically, I went with one of my neighbours, and he put his case forward first and covered virtually everything that I'd said.
Yeah.
And then I added about the parking bays. And they said, well, we are trying to arrange a meeting with the guy in charge at the council.
Yeah.
Okay. And once we finalise that meeting, we'll invite all parties involved to that meeting.
Great.
Whether it be at the parish council or the town council.
Yeah.
So that was the outcome on Monday night.
Well, that's useful, I think, and that's a sensible way forward. The parish council, as indeed Milton Keynes Council does, they have a responsibility to everyone, to people like you who live there, and to business owners such as the convenience store owner, to try and find a way of being able to sort a solution that will satisfy everyone, if that's possible. Now, I did go off and have a word with Milton Keynes Council. They've come back with this response. They say, no decision has yet been made about the proposals to add waiting restrictions to this particular road. The proposal outside this resident's home is for a 2-hour restriction on the public highway between 9 and 5 p.m, Monday to Saturday. Local residents have the chance to comment, offer suggestions, and put their point of view across. We take all feedback received into consideration before deciding whether to proceed to change the proposals or not to proceed with the proposals at all. They were put together as a direct response to a number of concerns from local residents about road safety due to vehicles parking inconsiderately and obstructively on the footway, at junctions and across access points.
Yes.
So Milton
correct.
Keynes Council seem to believe that there are different reasons for them looking favourably at this, and one of those reasons is that people who are parking outside your house, outside the barber shop, and indeed outside the convenience store are not necessarily parking their car in a very responsible way.
Added to which, it's across the road, there's quite a wide pathway, and people are parking their cars there and doing whatever else they need to do.
Yeah.
Not necessarily to either the convenience store or the barbers. It could be the vets. There's a veterinary surgery across the road. And I've seen people just park outside on the pavement, pop into the vets, and then with a basket, a little animal in it, and then out again after a few minutes. But other times, it could be a lot longer. So
well, you see, so it sounds as if there are a number of competing problems with parking on this particular stretch of road.
Yes.
Now, to be fair to both the parish council and to Milton Keynes Council, at this stage, they are keen to make clear a decision has not been made. They are still in the consultation period, and consultation means, of course, that they need to communicate with people, all kinds of different people, which is why, Bob, it's so important that you make your voice heard. Because if you don't make your voice heard, if you don't clearly outline to Milton Keynes Council the effect that them taking this decision would have on your life, then unfortunately the only people they're going to be able to listen to will be the others who suggest that this restrictive parking is a good idea. And that, of course, would be dreadful for you. So have you formally, I mean, obviously it's good that you're communicating with the parish council, and parish councils in situations like this are often very helpful for individuals in terms of trying to just give you a bit of support and a bit of weight behind the argument. But have you formally responded to the proposal from Milton Keynes Council?
Yes, I did. I sent an email to the gentleman who signed the bottom of this proposal, and I've received no reply, but I believe he could be either on holiday or very busy. That's why the parish council said we're having trouble getting hold of him and formulating a meeting date.
I see. Well, I would certainly urge you just to chase that up and to make sure that he has received your objection to this idea, to this plan, and that he is taking that into consideration when it comes to looking at the best thing to happen. Because otherwise, if he hasn't received that, if for some reason that email didn't arrive on his desk, then you may well find a decision will be made because they will assume that everyone is all in agreement with it going ahead. So chase that up. It's really important that your voice is heard in this. What I will do is, of course, stay across all of this, and if I need to go and chase anyone up, I'm more than happy to do that for you. But at the moment, it sounds as if things are happening reasonably. The parish council want to take everybody's opinion into account. Milton Keynes Council want to do the same. We will just have to see how it pans out and how they can try and find a solution that will please everyone. Can you keep me in the loop, Bob? Because I'd like to know how this proceeds.
I certainly will, Jonathan. That's not a problem, and I'll chase that email up today.
Good morning.
Morning, Wendy. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I do, yes. I have 3 Airedale Terriers, and I put them in kennels last month for 2 weeks whilst we went on holiday. On picking them up, I noticed that one of them had a bad tail. It was hanging down, and this breed is usually up and over the back. I mentioned it to the young girl that was in charge, and she was very evasive and said she only worked weekends, didn't know what had happened. So I asked to speak to the owner, who wasn't available. I asked to speak to the manager, who wasn't available. So on arriving home, checked her out, and we took her straight to my vet, who was very concerned about her tail. It was very swollen at the base and hanging to one side and hanging down. He said she may need an X-ray if she doesn't improve. Gave her antibiotics and Metacam for pain. Took her back 4 days later, and she'd made some improvement because she couldn't lift her tail before. When she went out in the garden to pee, she couldn't lift her tail up. She'd made some improvement, saw a different vet within the practice, and he was concerned and said, well, she's keep on with the Metacam till you finish, and if she doesn't improve, bring her straight back. She did improve, but what I'm really concerned about is when you put dogs in kennels, you expect them to look after your dogs. And my vet is actually the kennels vet, and she wasn't seen by a vet at all. And I think that she should have been, well, I know she should have been seen by a vet, and I feel that, as my vet does, that she should be liable for the vet's bill, which is $112.63.
OK, let's just break this down a little bit and just go back a stage. I presume because you've got the 3 dogs, I presume you've used these kennels before?
Yeah, they've been in several times.
And you've always been happy?
Yeah, there's usually a manager on duty, but he wasn't there on that day, and he wasn't there when I picked them up.
Right. OK. So you've never had a reason to believe that the kennels do not look after your dogs properly when they're there?
No, but I hadn't. The 2 girls that brought the dogs out, I'd not seen them before, so whether they've got a change of staff, I don't know.
OK. So when you have contacted the kennels subsequently, which I presume you have done, and said to them, look, I'm rather concerned because when I came to collect one of my dogs, the tail was not correct, and that would suggest that the dog had a problem with the tail, and the vet has now had to treat that dog. Can I just ask, when was the first time you noticed the problem with the tail? What have they said to that?
When we paid for the dog's boarding before they bring the dogs out, and as soon as she brought the dog out, I said her tail's down. Now, before she went in, she did have 2 hot spots which had cleared up, and the hair had started growing back. It's just an allergy, and it's very common, and dogs have them. She's actually 10 today, and she's probably had about 4 hot spots in her whole life. And I saw she's got a new hot spot. And she thought, yes, but she's had them before. And I said, yeah, but the 2 that she had cleared up and the hair was growing back. The kennel owner is saying that the pain is due to the hotspot. Now, both vets I saw, and in their notes I have sent to the kennel owner, do not mention the hotspots at all because they weren't concerned with that. It was the damage on the tail.
So I'm just, forgive my ignorance here, but I'm a Labrador owner, so I have a dog whose tail is sometimes down, sometimes up. It all depends on her kind of body language. So I've just had a little look on the Airedale Terrier, and so the tail is sticking kind of up in an erect way and sometimes in a curled way.
Yes.
That's how the tail always is it?
That's how the tail is always up. It's Caragalia over the back. Her tail is actually curled slightly, so it's always up and over the back.
Right. And if this kind of dog, if the tail was down, then that would indicate that there was something wrong with the dog, would it?
Something wrong, not happy or in pain. Yes. It was actually down, hanging between her legs.
Right. Okay. And was it limp?
It was just hanging between the tail, but you couldn't touch it because she would cry in pain.
Oh gosh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So when you've said to the owner of the kennels, look, I believe my dog must have had some kind of issue while she was with you, and you failed to take my dog to the vet, and I feel that was irresponsible of you. What is she saying to that?
Her answer is that there's nothing wrong with the tail. It's the hotspot that's causing the pain. But in the notes that I had from...
But why wouldn't she have taken the dog to the vet if the dog was in pain?
This is my point, because she knew about the hotspot, which was new. The other 2 had cleared up. The hair was growing back. She should have been seen for the hotspot alone. But she's saying that that's the problem with the pain is the hotspot. But the vet's are not concerned with the hotspot. The tail is a different issue.
Well, I mean, I just wouldn't be very impressed, because if you've left your dog in the hands of a professional, then a professional should spot that there is something wrong with the dog, and that the dog is not, is either in pain, or the tail of the dog is not in the usual position. And surely what you would do is you would run that dog to the vet and get the vet to check that dog over. You wouldn't just leave it, unless the only thing that I could think of as a reasonable explanation, but from what you've said, they didn't say this to you. The only thing I could imagine is if they said, do you know what, we took this dog out this morning and the dog was fine, the tail was absolutely fine. This has happened in the last hour or so.
Well, they did say that the manager had checked her in the morning and she was fine. But from the way that he was swollen, and we picked her up at 10 o'clock, they open at 10 o'clock in the morning, and there's no way that had just happened. But the hotspot had obviously been there for some time, and she should have been seen by a vet on that alone. And as kennels, they have surely a duty of care to take the dog to the vet.
Was the vet able to say whether or not the way the tail was at the time you brought her in, that would have been there for some time?
Didn't actually say, but he was quite concerned about it. I mean, it was very swollen. He said she may need an X-ray, but he did say he couldn't say what had happened, but there was obviously an issue there. Okay.
So you're looking for this to be covered by the kennel's insurance, are you?
Yeah, I mean, the vet's bill is paid, but I would love to be reimbursed for the vet's bill, which is $112.63, because she should have been seen by a vet, and she wasn't, and she was in severe distress and pain. I mean, when they brought her out to me, straight away I noticed the tail was down. Because they're all 3 of them, they're happy, the tails are always up, never down, and instantly I mentioned it to the young girl. I said, her tail's down.
Have you made a complaint to the local authority about this?
No, my first port of call is you.
Right. Well, I would certainly suggest that you make a complaint to your local authority, because ultimately what it sounds to me as if your main gripe about this is the fact that you just feel as if this particular kennel did not look after your dog properly and did not spot something that they should have spotted and did not take your dog to the vet. Gosh, your phone is so annoying, isn't it?
Sorry.
That beeping noise in the background, honestly. But your vet was not alerted by the kennel owner while the dog was there, and as a consequence, you're now concerned that your dog was left in a position where she was suffering unduly, which I would not be very happy about if I'd left my dog with this particular kennel either. So
the thing is, I don't know how long she was in pain. They know my dogs, because the two older ones, I mean, she's actually 10 today, this one. She's been in the kennels 6-7 times, and they know her, you know, and she's always happy, she's always got a tail up, and instantly when you see the three of them come out, you notice that one of them, the tail is between her legs.
Well, look, let's go and have a word with the owner of the kennel. Let's see what they have to say, and let's take it from there. I mean, I guess sometimes things can happen. I mean, I remember when I went to collect my cat from the cattery where he always goes when I go on holiday. The last time I went there, the lady who has looked after my cat very, very well for the last 14 years whenever I go off on holiday, and she knows what he's like, she knows him very well, and I trust her with my cat. She said, just to let you know, I've noticed this morning he's got a bit of diarrhoea. And we've just noticed that today when we emptied his litter tray, and she pointed that out. She said he's been absolutely fine until today, but I'm just letting you know he's been a little bit loose this morning.
Yeah.
But at least, you know, you then feel, OK, well, they've noticed this. This is something that they've taken an interest in. And it sounds to me as if you just feel maybe your dog was a bit ignored and something that should have been spotted wasn't spotted. So let's go and put that to the owner of the kennel. I'll tell you what, Tara, can I please pass Wendy back to you? Can we get some detail? Go and have a word, please.
We can, yes. Let's have a look at this.
Fine. OK. Hang on there, please, Wendy. I'll pass you back to Tara now. We'll get some Eva's daughter was having her bathroom done. She spent £324 on a toilet with a concealed cistern, a freestanding storage unit, and a bath panel. They were the same design as items that she'd already bought. Well, this is back in mid-February. 4 days later, they were expecting the items to be delivered, and in fact they were told that they'd be delivered, so they took the day off work and they waited in, ready for the items to arrive. But then there was a very big problem.
They'd gutted the bathroom, taken everything out, ready for the plumber to come next week. So on the day, they received a message from the delivery company to say that it would be arriving between 2:30 and 4:30 in the afternoon. 30 minutes after it should have been delivered, they had a message to say there was an issue. My son-in-law contacted the delivery company, and they were told they'd been informed not to deliver as there was a problem with the original company and that they would be holding the items. It was already on the van. It had been sent out, but it never actually got to their house. At that point, my son-in-law tried to contact the original company to find that the website had gone down, the phone lines had been discontinued, and the emails were unresponsive.
Well, as you can imagine, this is extremely annoying and extremely worrying for Lever's daughter and her other half, because they just want this furniture. Unfortunately, the furniture is a match for the stuff that's already been installed, and you can only get it, apparently, from this particular company. So why has it been held hostage by the delivery company, and why has it not been delivered? Well, Lever's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Lever.
Morning, JVS.
Right, so I went off to have a word with the delivery company. They are DX Delivery. And to be fair to them, they were quite direct in terms of their response. They said that the company that you'd purchased this furniture from is a company called Soak.com. Soak.com had gone out of business, and Soak.com owed them, the delivery company, money. And therefore DX Delivery have taken the decision that they will not be releasing any items that are due to be delivered on behalf of Soak.com until they receive payment from their client, i.e. Soak.com. Well, that wasn't very helpful for your daughter because she's paid in good faith for the items. As far as she's concerned, they belong to her. They do not belong to DX Delivery. And as long as DX Delivery are holding these items hostage, it means your daughter cannot hurry up and finish her bathroom. And if she was, for example, to have to go back to scratch with this, she would have to rip out the furniture that she's already put in the bathroom and replace all of it, because this furniture that is being held hostage by DX Delivery, it matches the furniture that's already been installed. Out of interest, why did she not order it all in one kind of consignment to be there together?
I think it was because it was January, and I think they had money problems immediately after January. It was in the sale. They decided that they'd buy one unit, and then after the next pay day, they would get the rest.
Now, DX Delivery have been apologetic, although unbudging in their position on this. And in fact, after you and I spoke last time on the programme, I just let DX Delivery know that you were obviously very unhappy about it and that it seemed a great shame. They came back again and said, well, yeah, we are sorry about it, but that's our position. So they certainly, as far as I'm concerned, they are not prepared to release that furniture until they receive all of the money they are owed by their client, which may or may not happen. Now, they seemed to be under the impression, they were hopeful, that somebody may buy Soak.com, and in the process of buying what is left of Soak.com will pay the debts that are owed by the company, including the debt to them. And they said as soon as they receive that money, they will then release this furniture. But that doesn't help your daughter very much. What the lady did say was that I could pass on her mobile number and your daughter could make contact with her. And if there was anything that she could try and persuade her boss to do, she would do it. So I wonder, has your daughter managed to speak to her yet, Leva?
Eventually, after we spoke to you on Tuesday, my daughter tried the number and it went to answer phone. She left a message explaining the whole situation and tried every half an hour to phone again to this number, and it was always answer phone. Eventually, the lady phoned her back at 5 o'clock at night and was very sympathetic, but said she had to speak to her legal team and that they would have all gone home at 5 o'clock. That she would phone my daughter back immediately the next morning, that's Wednesday. Nothing was heard. Eventually, Charlotte got another call yesterday afternoon just saying she was still waiting for some word from the legal team, and that's the last we've heard.
Something did occur to me. I presume your daughter has a house insurance, home insurance policy?
Yes.
I don't know if you know the answer to this, but is she likely to have taken out the legal cover?
I honestly don't know.
It is worth her checking. My advice to everybody on a regular basis is to make sure that whenever you take out a home insurance policy, always add the extra legal cover. It's normally about 25 quid. But it's very, very useful because the legal cover that you are purchasing covers you for an array of legal disputes that you may well have. This is exactly the kind of thing that I think it would be useful, if she does have it, to contact the lawyers that are provided by her insurance policy and ask the lawyers to write a letter to DX Delivery to try and tell DX Delivery that they must release that furniture because it belongs to your daughter.
Right.
So I would urge you to get in touch with her and just check her policy, see if she took out that extra legal cover. If she did, then it is well worth calling upon that to see if they can do anything to apply some legal pressure on DX Delivery. If your daughter doesn't have that cover, or if in fact the lawyers say, well, we don't think that actually there is anything she can do from a legal perspective, what is she going to do?
I think she's going to go to court. Her attitude is she'd rather spend the money on fighting the case than anything else. She's really, she's very, very up in arms about it. She will have to purchase another entire bathroom suite from somewhere else, which is going to cost her a lot more money again.
Yeah.
This was in the sales that she was buying it. Obviously, sales are finished now. And meanwhile, is she going to have to pay the plumber's expenses?
So it is well worth pursuing. But of course, I think what she really needs, though, and this is why, if she has got the legal cover as part of her insurance policy, it would be a good idea just to, at the very least, have a chat with them. It's to find out what her chances of success would be. Because, you know, contractually, I don't know whether DX Delivery would stand a good chance, and this is probably what they're checking as well, because from their perspective, if you try and see things from their perspective, holding on to that furniture is the only leverage they have in order to get the money that they are owed. As unfair as that is on your daughter, you know, they're obviously thinking to themselves, well, if we release this furniture, then we don't even have anything we can sell to try and recoup what we are owed as a company.
But surely they can't sell it if it belongs to my daughter.
Well, but that's the issue, isn't it? Who actually, at the point that furniture is with them, owns that furniture? Until that furniture has been delivered, does your daughter actually own that furniture?
Right.
Do you see what I mean? So this is why... I tell you what I think you should do. Here's what we're going to do. You get on to your daughter. Let's just keep fingers crossed that she took out the legal protection through her home insurance. If she hasn't, then let me go and get a lawyer to see if they can at least answer that question for us.
That would be wonderful.
Does that sound like a sensible way forward? Because what I don't want, and I completely understand your daughter's frustration, it seems really unfair and really unjust. What I don't want is for your daughter to end up taking DX Delivery to court and losing because actually in the legal definition of ownership, at this particular point she does not own that furniture, at which point she's then wasted even more money.
Yes.
And ends up with absolutely nothing. So I think let's hope that she's got that cover and take it from there. And if necessary, I will try and get a lawyer to help.
OK, thank you very much for that.
All right, Lever, thank you very much indeed. To Stephen.
Good morning, Jonathan. Good morning, young man.
Good morning, Stephen. Now, you have been having a problem with your smartwatch. Remind us what this problem is.
Yes, we purchased a smartwatch for my good lady wife, and it came with a 6-month free membership to a certain music platform. And I tried for about 3 months to turn around and try and get it. And they kept bouncing me out, and I could never get the music platform.
So why were you not given the music platform? We have been off to ask. Tara has been speaking to this company. Tara, what have you managed to find out?
I have been looking into this very, very carefully, Jonathan, because I must admit I do like to be able to access my music subscription service very easily. So I know that Stephen was very keen on it, and his wife was really keen on having it. It was part of her present. And I got in touch with the company, and that company is Curry's PC World. And they said it was down to an administration issue. And that I know Stephen had been trying to get this resolved for about 3 months. That's why he came to the programme. And they said to me that Stephen's code for his free music subscription was not, unfortunately, automatically issued. They have apologised to him for the inconvenience caused and have provided him with his unique code.
Aha. So have you heard from them, Stephen? And are you now a happy bunny?
Oh, yes, it was fantastic, Jonathan. Thanks to all of your show. I heard from the CEO's office within 3 hours of speaking to you on the radio. He supplied me with a code and followed it up with an email. We loaded it up last night, and Mrs. B is bopping around on the floor like mad as we speak.
Wow, gosh. Well, what an image you create. So you're a happy bunny, are you?
We are very happy, Jonathan, and thanks for all the work you've done for us. It's greatly appreciated.
Well, thank you, Tara, and a big thank you to Curry's PC World. I will give them the horn. Any other problems, Stephen, you know where we are.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Great show today. Looking forward to tomorrow as well.
All the best.
Another result. If you have a consumer problem, we can do the same for you. The JVS Show. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Michael has fallen in love with a carpenter called Melissa who lives in Colombia, as you do. He planned to go and see her in February. He booked a flight which went from the UK via Madrid. The first leg of his journey was delayed, which meant it was a bit tight for his connection. And although he made it, unfortunately his luggage didn't. Well, the airline finally got in touch with him.
I said, well, what am I supposed to do in the meantime? And they said, well, it is due, but we don't know when. I said, okay, so what am I supposed to do? They said, well, go and buy what you need, basics, you know, deodorants, toothbrushes, boxer shorts, that type of thing to cover you. And I said, well, how long am I supposed to be buying the equipment for? And they said, well, we'll let you know. So I said, okay, well, I went and got the basics. I had a meal booked for Valentine's. Cheesy, yes, I know. Where I was going to propose to my girlfriend, and no, I had the ring with me. It wasn't in the suitcase. Anyway, the suitcase eventually did arrive at the hotel where I was staying. They said, well, here's the claim form. When you get back, fill in the details, give us all the stuff you need, your passport, receipts. I've given them it. It's amounted to about £105, and they've just gone, here, have 45 quid. And that's it.
Well, as you can imagine, Michael's not happy. He wants to be fully reimbursed. To be honest with you, he's not asking for a huge amount of money. He's asking for £105. And, well, I have to be honest, I think if I was to have to replace everything that I required, clothes, toiletries, everything to last for several days at the beginning of my holiday, I suspect it may well cost more than £105. So he wasn't asking for a huge amount. But why were the airline not prepared to reimburse him the full amount he was requesting? I've been off to have a word with them to find out. Michael's back on the JVS Show now. Good morning to you, Michael.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Yes, I'm all right, thank you. Now, I have spoken to the airline. At this stage, I'm not going to identify them because I wanted to just touch base with you today. Yeah. Their response, I'm a little bit confused by. They've come back to say, regarding the complaint, our customer service department informs us that we paid £45 because the other receipts the customer sent were toll vouchers, nothing relating to clothes or toiletries.
Yes, correct.
Why were you claiming for the cost of tolls?
Because their customer services on Thursday told me my suitcase was at the airport and I could go and collect it. So that's why I had to get Melissa's friend to drive me over to the airport, and they've set up a new, it's a tunnel that goes underneath the mountain it takes about 45 minutes off the journey to the airport. So, but they charge you 18,000 Colombian pesos there and back. So we go there, we go to pick it up. There is nobody there for the airline. We speak to the, I guess, the customer services of the airport, and they say, oh no, they only work Wednesdays, Fridays and Sundays. And I went, well, that's not what they've told me. They've told me I can come pick my suitcase up. Nope, sorry.
Just out of interest, how did they tell you that? Over the phone or in an email?
No, over the phone. Over the phone.
Have you got the name of the person that told you that? I don't want it now, but have you got the name?
No. I can have a word with Melissa and see whether, because she took over, because obviously she's Spanish. She was letting rip at him, to be fair, because wasn't the greatest communication, the guy that I was talking to, but he did say to me that the suitcase is there. It's turned up on Thursday. So I said, okay, well, I'll go and collect it because I don't know. They couldn't tell me when they're delivering it. And I was only at the hotel for 3 nights. So I said, well, if I give you that, the hotel's address, and I'm not there, then I'm going to have to then try and get from where I am staying, which is Melissa's house, back to the hotel. So it's just all confusing. Just let me know. It'd be easy if you just let me know when you're going to drop it off. So yes, I've put 36,000 pesos, which is about eight or 9 quid, I think. Something like, it's not a lot.
Well, no, but hang on a minute. That can't be right then, because I mean, you told me the full cost that you were seeking from them was £105.
Yeah.
And they've paid you £45.
They paid me £42.66, which is their equivalent of €50.
Okay.
Because I had a phone call from them who was trying to explain. Well, he said he was going to explain to me why they've only paid that amount, but he didn't even tell me that either. He just said all we're allowed to do is pay you €50 because you only had your bag missing for one day. You put the claim in on the 13th. I said no. You put the claim in on the 13th. You sent me the email on the 12th. I've still got the email.
Yeah,
so
but hang on a second, because so if the full claim was for £105, they've paid you. Let's call it 45. I understand you're saying it's a little bit under 45, but let's say 45.
Yeah.
And they're saying in their response that the reason they've only paid the 45 is that all of the other receipts. So in other words, the receipts for another £55.
Yep.
Are for tolls, not for clothes or toiletries.
No, it's not for tolls. It's I'll have to work it out, but it's 18,000 Colombian pesos, which I think is somewhere. It's around.
Well, hang on a second. I can probably work this out. Colombian pesos.
Yeah, Colombian pesos.
Into pounds. Hang on, let's have a little look. So you're telling me it's 1,800 Colombian pesos?
36,000 Colombian pesos. 18,000 pesos each way.
36,000 Colombian pesos is £7.33.
There you go. £8. Yeah. £8. Yep.
But what was the total amount in Colombian pesos you put the claim in for?
425-ish thousand Colombian pesos. Not off the top of my head, I can't remember. It was 400 and something.
425,000 Colombian pesos is £86.59.
Yeah, I was working it on the exchange rate I get, which was 4,000 Colombian pesos to a pound. That's what I was getting.
Right. Well, I mean, I've just put it in now, and that's what it's coming out at, £86.59.
Yeah, that's the current exchange rate, but that's not not the foreign currency. That's not what the consumer gets. That's what they trade at. I've asked that one already.
Okay, but even so, I mean, it sounds therefore as if there is a shortfall, even if we were to discount the tolls.
Yeah.
And I think, to be honest with you, although of course I'm more than happy to go and put that argument to them regarding the tolls and the fact that you had that wasted journey going to the airport, we don't actually have any evidence, do we, that you were told to go to the airport? Because it was a telephone conversation. Yeah, exactly, which we don't have any evidence of that now. So, but even if we were to discount that, £8 or whatever it may be, then it sounds to me from what you're telling me as if there is still a shortfall in terms of what they're paying. I presume you've got copies of all of these invoices and all the receipts.
Yeah, I've emailed it over to you, but I can email it over to you again. That's not a problem.
I think we're going to have to go through them one by one and work out exactly how much you've been paid so that I can go back to this company, back to this airline, and try and find out what they have discounted and what they haven't discounted, because there seems to be a discrepancy in the figures here.
They have, I can give you a bit of an update. They sent me an email 5 days ago, I think 4 days ago. And they said, we've reevaluated your case and we're going to send you another £44.
Oh.
Which will apparently be coming into my bank account at some point within the next probably millennium. But I would say 14 days according to them. Well, I'm still waiting for that. But even then, you're still talking a £20 shortfall. So, but they just don't give you any explanation. They're just this is what we're doing and that's it. See you later. So,
right.
Not the greatest of people. Customer service is a bit lacking, if I'm honest.
Yeah, they are. I've had experience with this airline myself in the past.
Yeah.
And
Once bitten, twice shy, I think is the same.
There are airlines that very much value their customer service and airlines that really don't. To be honest with you, when I first contacted them, I was just delighted to get any kind of response from them whatsoever. But if you're telling me, if you've still got the evidence in writing that there is a shortfall and that they have not paid you back the full amount, then I'm more than happy, as a point of principle, to insist that they pay you every last penny. But we do need to see what they've paid for and what they haven't. So I think what I will do, based on this conversation, I'm going to go through every single receipt that you've sent. I will try and work out how much that actually amounts to in pounds. I will go back to the airline. I will put the ball in their court and ask them what they have covered and what they haven't, and make sure that at the very least they pay you everything else less the toll amount. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, to be honest, I'm not even. I mean, I could have sat there and gone, well, actually, you're going to pay for the fuel because it cost me about 100,000 pesos in fuel there and back. You know,
yeah, but again, we've got the same problem that you haven't got it in writing that they told you to go to the airport. So if they turn around and say, no, we have no record of having told you to go to the airport, how do we prove? Okay, but that's for their purpose, not for yours. I mean, they don't have to release that.
No, that's very true.
If, for example, they turn around and completely deny it and say, no, we have no record of you having told this particular, being told on that particular day that you needed to go to the airport, how do we prove that, for example, you're not then trying to put in a claim for some kind of excursion you went on as part of your holiday?
Because I was on I guarantee I'll be on the security cameras at the airport. But, you know, I don't want to go down that road. But
well, I was going to say, for 20 quid, life's quite short.
Yeah,
so
I know.
Yeah, we have to pick our battles wisely. The point that I'm making is I will try to get you everything that you have evidence of having spent paid back to you. It sounds like we're nearly there, but there is still a further bit to pay. Let's leave it there for now, Michael, and I'll talk to you very soon. Any company names, please?
Well, Jonathan, I purchased a watch last year, 25th of June, 2019. And about 4 months later, I was putting my shirt on, and the face of the watch, the actual glass, fell off.
Oh, dear. That's not what you want, is it?
And all I did was I to have any more damage to the face, so I just picked the face up and just put the glass up and just pressed on the watch and took it back. But I went back a couple of weeks later because I don't have a time very much. And a couple of weeks later, I went to the jewelers, and I explained to them what happened. They said, "Well, we're going to have to send it back to the manufacturer's watch. So you're going to have to turn up with a receipt." That time I didn't have a receipt, so a few days later I turned up back to the jewelers and with a receipt in my hand. And they sent it back to the manufacturers, and they said to me the time limit is about 4 weeks before the watch will come back. Mm-hmm. So within them 4 weeks, end of 4 weeks, that I had a phone call from manufacturers. They told me it was accidental damage, so they're not going to do anything to the watch unless I pay for it.
Okay, right. A couple of things then. Firstly, when you purchased this watch, how much did you pay for it?
I paid £119.99. £119.99.
Okay. Did you, while you owned the watch from June of 2019, did you bash that watch against anything or catch it on anything or do anything that may well have weakened the face of the watch?
No, I haven't, because I am a driving instructor, so I just wear it in the car and that's it.
Right. So you're confident.
And I have another watch. It's a different watch for the sport anyway.
So you never wear it when you're playing sport?
No, not at all.
Okay. Right. So you are confident that you have not damaged that watch?
Not at all. There is no damage at all on the watch. Even now, I've got the watch here. There's no damage on it.
Okay, they've sent it back to you. So when they contacted you and said this is accidental damage, I presume you put up a robust defence and explained that you had not damaged the watch or banged it against anything.
And all I asked them, I said, well, look, can you please send the watch back? I'm not willing to pay for it. And one of the day I went to pick the watch up, and there was another friend with me, and there was two members of staff, and I wanted to speak to the manager, so I insisted, could I speak to the manager? And I was told the manager's not here. And the two members of the staff told me, they actually put new glass on it, and they done this. They cleaned this up. They cleaned that up, and I said, well, look, they're not supposed to do anything. You said they're not doing anything. Then
I see. So the original.
They put new glass on it.
Sorry, Bill. So the original. Hang on a second, Bill. Sorry. So the agreement with them was that because you disputed that this was accidental damage, you asked for the watch to be returned to the retailer unrepaired, so you could have a report carried out on it.
Yes.
Right. But when the watch came back, they'd repaired it.
But they said they repaired it, and all of a sudden, Jonathan, I said, well, look, there was no scratches on it, there was no damage on it, why would they replace it? What would they replace? And anyway, I came back with a watch, and obviously the week later, the watch stopped.
Oh.
At night, the watch stopped twice. And so I took it back to the jewelers again 2 weeks later. I said, the watch starts stopping now. And they said, well, we're going to have to send it back to the manufacturers again. So I took it back to the manufacturers 30th of December.
You took it back? Why did you take it back?
Well, because I had the watch in my possession.
Right, but was this done through the retailer?
Through the retailers, yes.
So they told you to send it directly to the manufacturer?
No. I turned up at the retailers, and retailers actually sent it back to the manufacturers.
Fine, that's how it should work, yeah.
And they told me the time limit for returning the watch back is about 6 weeks, from 30th of December. So by middle of February, I didn't hear anything from them. And end of February, I went back to them. I said, well, I haven't heard anything from the watch manufacturers or yourself.
Right. So is the position you're in at the position you're in at the moment? Then have you got a watch that is back and repaired or not?
But it's not repaired at all, because the watch came back to me on 3rd of March.
Yes.
And this time I've spoken to the manager, and they asked me if they want £93 to repair the watch. They still insisting it was accidental damage.
Right. Well, I mean, okay. As far as I'm concerned, if they are insisting that it's accidental damage and you completely dispute that, then at this particular stage, what would be necessary is for this watch to be looked at by an independent watch expert. So I think that's what we need to facilitate. So at the moment, you've got the watch back unrepaired, yeah?
Yes.
Fine. Okay. Well, I think what we need to do, Tara, can we get a call into the jeweller, into the retailer? Can we just ask them why it is their client, the manufacturer, believes this product has been misused in some way and damaged? And can we also just confirm that they will be happy to look at the report carried out by an independent repairer that Bill is now going to have a look at this watch? Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fine.
Yep.
OK, Bill, let's see what we can do for you. I'm going to pass you back to Tara now. We'll get some detail and we'll go and make a phone call or two.
Will indeed. Last year, a friend of mine and I went to a hotel and enjoyed a meal and a murder trial experience. And we enjoyed it so much, we thought when they advertised that they were going to do it again with a different trial, we would like to go.
So is this like a murder mystery weekend?
No. What happens is everybody sits at a table of 12 people.
Yeah.
And they are the jury. And then they enact the trial. And at the end of the trial, you have to say whether you think that the person was guilty or not.
Right, okay. So a kind of
fun.
a twist.
I mean, we enjoyed it.
A twist on the murder. Hang on a second. A twist on the murder mystery. A twist on the murder mystery weekend idea.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So you decided you'd enjoyed it so much you wanted to book another one.
Indeed.
And when was this?
It is. I booked it last October, and it is actually due to the tickets are dated the 18th of March, which is Wednesday.
Okay.
Okay.
And how much was it?
£71.35 each, and that included a 3-course meal.
Okay. Right. Have you ever been on jury service out of interest, Pippa?
No, I haven't. I would love to have done, but I think I'm too old now.
Oh no, I don't think so. I don't think you're ever too old to potentially be called. So
no, I haven't.
So this is all booked.
The nearest I'd got to it.
This is all booked for Wednesday evening. What's the problem then? What's gone wrong?
Well, I'm hard of hearing, so I rang the hotel to ask whether they had a hearing loop installed in the main room where it was going to be. Only to be told that actually it had been cancelled last year and wasn't going to happen there. So I then went online only to find that actually it is going to happen on the 18th of March. It's going to be in a tent. It's going to cost £28.50 and doesn't include a meal. Though there are food outlets in the tent, I understand.
So,
but
sorry,
I haven't been
Pippa.
told of the change of venue. I haven't been told of anything.
Pippa, sorry, can I ask you a couple of questions because I'm a bit lost. So you say it's booked for this Wednesday.
Yeah.
But now they're saying it's going to happen in a tent, but it's only 20 odd quid, but there's no meal.
That's right.
So you haven't already paid for it?
I have.
Oh. Well, how come they're asking for another 20 odd quid?
No, they're not asking. This is advertised online. That this is, if you book to do it online, that is what it would cost.
Oh, I see. So the description of the evening that you think you're going to on Wednesday has now changed?
Completely. The venue has changed, what they're providing has changed, and the cost has changed.
What, and nobody's been in touch with you to explain that things have changed and to give you an opportunity to cancel?
No.
Oh. Well, that doesn't seem very fair, does it? I mean, if you've booked something for £71.35, and as far as you're aware, where would this normally be held? In a restaurant or in a hotel?
In a hotel.
Okay, so you would be expecting to go to the hotel, to have the food, to have the experience, and you've already prepaid for it. You don't want to be sitting in a tent.
No.
Without a meal.
To be fair, I think it's probably a marquee, but, maybe I did them a disservice by describing it as a tent.
Okay. So what have you said to them, and what would you like me to do to help you?
Well, I rang them up about 10 days ago, and I spoke to a young man who said it was absolutely nothing to do with him, and he couldn't help. So he said fill in a certain form online, which I did. I'm not that computer literate, but I did manage to fill it all in. But then I had to send evidence of my tickets, which as a PDF file. With help, I did that, and I sent it off, and I have heard nothing.
Right.
Absolutely nothing.
So it is cancellation and money back that you would like, ideally?
Yes.
Right. Okay. And is this is for just you or for you and a friend?
Me and a friend.
Right. Okay, fine. Well, let's see what we can do. This is a very intriguing one. I've never heard of this kind of experience before. I've heard, obviously, of murder mystery weekends, and I've even heard there's even one that works with a kind of Faulty Towers type thing, I think, isn't there, where you go along and Basil Fawlty, insults you. But I've never heard of this kind of trial evening, but it sounds quite fun. If it goes as it's supposed to go. Tara, can I pass Pippa back to you, and can we get some detail and go and have a word, please?
It seems like we will have to use our own little Gressels.
What? Why are you doing a French accent?
Well, I know he's Belgian, but I was trying to mirror Poirot. And failing miserably.
Yeah, but you haven't got to solve the clue. You've got to sit on the jury.
Yeah, I know, but they're
It's
all
more,
much of a thing, aren't
it's more
they?
Kavanagh QC.
Yeah. I mean, what adds insult to injury is that I've had a an email on Saturday asking me to rate last year's event.
Oh, right.
So they must have my email address, but they haven't deigned to reply to me.
OK, we need to find out what's going on and ask this company to cancel and let you have your money back. I'm going to pass you back to Tara now, Pippa. Hang on there, please.
Thank you.
All the best.
Fighting for your rights. The JVS Show. This.
Speak to Tara about Jeff. Now, Jeff was flying from America back to the UK. And when he was sitting there waiting in the lounge at the airport, one of the other passengers came over and asked him something that he wasn't expecting to hear.
Another passenger came up to us and a group of people and said to us, did we have a food voucher? And we said, what was that? Apparently they were giving out food vouchers with the boarding passes because there would not be any food on board the plane. As we hadn't heard about these vouchers and the people at the gate hadn't tannoyed anybody, obviously a crowd of people went up there, they started handing them out, and then they extended the boarding time by half an hour so that people could go and get some food or sandwiches. And in fact, there were so many people queuing up, we went to the outlets and no one would accept the vouchers. So we had to buy our own food and then board the plane, which is what we did.
Well, Jeff said that they purchased this food, and when he returned to the UK, he asked the airline to reimburse him for the food that he'd gone out to buy. But he hasn't been able to get a refund. Well, why not? We've been off to speak to this airline. Jeff's back on the JVS Show now. Good morning to you, Jeff.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Now, what added insult to injury was when you got on the plane, actually they did have some food.
Correct.
It doesn't sound as if it was very extensive food, and they did explain to everyone they hadn't got enough cabin crew on board to be able to give you a meal service to your chair.
Yes,
but they
correct.
did have some food, so you probably could have coped with what they had on board.
Not really, because it was just pretzels and chocolate bars.
Oh, right. Well, that's not what I call. That's not what I call food.
No.
That's not what I call, proper airline food. So obviously something had gone very wrong with whichever company it is that supplies the food to this airline for that particular flight. So, will they give a refund for the food that Jeff had to go and buy in the airport? Tara has been off to have a word with this airline. What have they had to say for themselves, Tara?
Well, I did put to them that actually, they weren't in denial that this had happened, so they believed it had happened, and unfortunately Jeff didn't have the actual receipts that they talked about needing to be able to reimburse him.
Yes, that was a bit of a bit frustrating, Jeff. It would have been a good idea to keep those receipts if it was something you predicted you would be claiming back.
Yeah, well, I wasn't predicting that at all. The amount of people that were queuing up, you just didn't give it a thought. You had half an hour to board and 100 of people trying to get food at the same time. It's the last thing on your mind.
All right, OK. Well, the question is, will they then believe you even without the receipt? What have they said on that point, Tara?
To give him the benefit of the doubt. Well,
Yeah.
Of course, I sent this email after the programme last Wednesday, and then by the time I got into work the following day, I'd received one back from them just before 4 o'clock to say that they believed that the customer services team had been in touch with Jeff and that it had been fully resolved.
Jeff, what have they said to you?
Well, I can't believe what Tara's done, because within 3.5 hours of being on the radio with you, I had an email saying that they were refunding everything, and also the reason for the delay, 2.5-week delay in replying to me, was because the young lady who was looking after my case was carried away to another department to deal with the Nova virus. Well, you can believe that if you wish. But anyway, got this email saying they're refunding it into my bank account, and thank you, and that's it.
Brilliant.
So I've been to the bank, and it's not in there yet, but anyway, it's just a bit early yet.
Right. Well, when you consider what the airlines are all now having to deal with, Jeff,
yes.
I think we will all have to cut them a little bit of slack in terms of timings for things like this, because they are having to deal with an absolute worldwide crisis. So, but let's just hope that money will be in your account very shortly. I will give them this, and I would imagine this airline probably could do with a bit of this today. Lynn has 2 bathrooms that needed kitting out, so she bought a number of products from an online company. Well, before the items arrived, she realised that actually she didn't want one of the towel rails that she'd ordered. So she got in touch with the company and they said, yeah, that's fine. When it arrives, just return it to us and we'll refund you. Well, that's exactly what Lynn did.
It was still in the box, still plastic shrink wrapped. So I took a photograph of it, sent it back. They said, absolutely fine. Make sure you send it back so it can be tracked, make sure it's insured, and we'll give you a refund when we receive it. So that's absolutely great. So I went down to a parcel delivery company and I paid for, this is on the 10th of January, and I paid for a next morning delivery.
With full insurance?
Yes, the lady said, would you like it insured? I said, yes, please. She said, what's the value? I said, nearly £300. And I got the receipt, so I thought that was all absolutely fine.
Well, it wasn't fine, because it went missing. More than a month and a half later, the towel rail, well, certainly when Lynn first came to my programme, still hadn't been located by this parcel company. And, of course, because it had been lost and she hadn't been able to return it to the company, the 14-day window of opportunity to return the items had passed. So she was out of pocket and very unhappy. Well, Lynn's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Lynn.
Good morning.
Good morning. Now, I know Tara's been off to speak to the company, and I think they have now located the towel rail, haven't they?
That was in fact right, Jonathan. And it was Parcel Force Worldwide that Lynn went to get her insurance, and they told us that they had located the radiator, and it was from the description of the item because its address label had fallen off. So they wanted to stress to customers that the importance of attaching labels very carefully to all their items. And they also said, as a gesture of goodwill, they would refund the cost of the radiator on this occasion because the cost of the postage had already been refunded to Lynn. Now, at the time when Lynn came on, she hadn't actually heard anything from them. So I got back in touch and said, look, I've spoken to Lynn. She hadn't heard anything from you. Can you look into this again?
Give her a bell.
I am hoping now, Lynn...
Have they spoken to you?
No, they have sent me a cheque, which I have now banked. Thank you very, very much.
Right, and how much is the cheque for?
For the full amount.
Oh, good. Right.
Yeah.
But no contact from them?
No email, no phone call, nothing. No.
How odd. You'd think that they would...
Obviously, there's a letter with the cheque, but that was all that there was.
What does it say in the letter?
It just says that they're very sorry that it went wrong on this occasion.
Okay, well, they have. The way you make it sound was as if they hadn't said anything. They just sent you this cheque. So they have written to you and they have apologised, etc.?
Yes.
Okay, good. Fine. Yes. Well, I think we will call that a result then, shall we?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Jonathan. Good to speak to you.
Nice to speak to you. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. I have lived in my property, which is privately, in a lane since 1966. Never had a problem with parking my visitors' cars out in the lane. Until about 15 years ago, a housing company bought the rights to the lane and they got a parking company come in to stop people parking. But they gave myself and my two neighbours parking permits. Then they changed the parking people, a new company, and when they came in, we weren't issued with parking permits. And I phoned the Housing Association and then I said, but why? Why can't we have one? I've lived in this lane for all these years. And she said, well, no, we're not issuing you with them. And I said, but where are my visitors and my family going to park? We don't know, she said. So I said, but you gave them to us before. And she said, well, we were being nice to you. So I said, well, do I take that then that you're not being nice to us anymore? And she said, yes. And she said, I've searched the deeds to your house and you have no right of parking. It doesn't mention you can park in the lane. And I said, but it doesn't say that we can't or we can because it wasn't needed when we bought our house all that time ago. There was no problem about parking. And she said, the only thing that you have rights to is exit and entry. So it means when my son and my daughter come, they've got nowhere to park.
So I presume you don't have...
If a workman come here...
I presume you don't have a drive?
I do have a driveway. That would mean my son or my daughter, whoever got here first, could park, but I can't have any more than one person here. I can't have workmen. If my son is here, I can't have any workmen here because there's nowhere for them to park their van.
And where is the nearest place you could park?
It's quite a way. No, they've got parking restrictions in the next road along. There isn't anywhere. And also, I must tell you, people that do not live in the lane have been given parking permits. Their address is totally different to mine. They live along the main road, but they've got permits. They are the council tenant people. And in my lane, there are 2 council properties.
It seems a very unneighbourly thing to do from this housing association.
It is. I think it's very, very not nice at all, because when you go out in the lane, there's loads of parking spaces that could be used. They're not used all of the time.
So what was the rationale then when you spoke to the housing association and when they kind of said, oh, yeah, but we've been nice to you? What is the reason behind them not being nice anymore?
I really, really don't understand that. I didn't know her attitude on that, and when I said, oh, so you're not being nice to us anymore, and she said, no, we're not.
Well, that stinks.
It's disgusting. And to think that people that don't even live in the lane have got parking permits, they're new to the area. I've lived here since all that time, never had a problem till they took over the lane.
Just out of interest, I presume you have home insurance?
Yes, I do.
Have you got legal cover with your home insurance?
Yes, I have, and I have checked that. And the man said to me, who I spoke to on that, check your deeds, which I did. Well, there isn't anything in my deeds about parking because it was never, ever needed.
So he did indeed confirm that unless there's something in the deeds, from a legal perspective, you wouldn't be able to challenge it.
I guess that's why he told me to check my deeds, and I did do that, and I can't find... There's nothing about parking on my deeds, because we never had a problem about parking. No. It doesn't say we can park, it doesn't say we can't.
Right. No, and I guess I'm just trying to think about it. If that would apply to all of us, really, wouldn't it? I mean, yes, our deeds would cover our houses and our driveways, but they wouldn't necessarily, unless we owned the land or had some kind of claim over the land outside. They don't, for example, the deeds of my house don't say whether people can or cannot park their car on the road, on the public highway outside my house.
No, that's right. It's just a strange attitude for them to take.
And there's only, your driveway only has room for one car?
Yes, yeah.
Right. Can you potentially make it any bigger?
No way, no.
Right.
And there are just 3 private houses, me, my neighbour and his neighbour. It just affects us 3.
So you're all in the same position.
Have parking permits. Why they gave them us in the first place, I do not know, and then got a new company in and wouldn't let us. I really don't understand that.
OK. Well, I mean, it sounds to me as if the Housing Association, from their attitude, are being very unneighbourly. And that doesn't seem very fair. So I think we need to get a call into them and just ask them why they're taking this kind of approach with you. Tara, can I pass Maureen back to you?
Okay, thank you, Jonathan.
This is pretty frustrating, isn't it?
Hugely.
I mean, all the time you must be having to plan what to do if somebody, or you're thinking about it 2 steps ahead, if someone is wanting to come and visit you, or you do need building work done, or something along those lines.
Well, it would just be impossible, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Impossible to have more than one person come and visit you who has a car, unless they want to park miles away. Maureen, hang on there. What I'll do is I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, OK? Maggie, you was telling me that she'd planned to go on holiday to Italy. Well, it was Sorrento, which is in the south of the country, but because of coronavirus, well, things have, of course, completely and utterly changed.
Obviously, we can't go now.
No.
And I've spoken to the holiday company, and we're going out with one airline and coming back with another. and we're going to get a refund on our airline coming back. And the other airlines contacted me directly and offered me a refund. But the actual hotel, the travel company said, I'm not going to pay at the moment. But they said, give it a few days and they'll come back to me.
Well, Maggie had booked this holiday. She thought it was a package holiday, but I'm not sure whether it is or not, because she'd booked this holiday with a company that is not a member of ABTA. And although they have a head office in the UK, it would appear that the body they were a member of was an American body. So we weren't quite sure whether or not this holiday she'd purchased was indeed an official package holiday or not. If it wasn't, then it meant she potentially could stand to lose the accommodation. What I said to Maggie was she should call the company, establish whether it was a formal package holiday, and whether or not they were prepared, if it was a package holiday, to allow her to either postpone the whole thing or cancel the whole thing and have a refund. Well, she was going off to do that. Let's find out how she got on. Good morning, Maggie.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. I mean, to be honest with you, you wouldn't want to be going to Italy at the moment, would you? Can you imagine what a nightmare? What an absolute nightmare.
Isn't it? Terrible.
It is. It really has changed. Since we spoke last week, things are changing on a daily basis. Now, I know you were going off to have a word with this company. What have they said to you?
Well, I went back to the company. It's an overseas call centre now. When I first booked the holiday, it was in this country, but they were, they're quite friendly and everything. So I spoke to a young lady there, and I explained to her, I put her on notice. I told her I'd booked the package holiday directly through the company, and I wanted all my money back. And she did say that she didn't actually confirm it was a package holiday. I can't remember what you said now. She confirmed that I'd booked the package holiday through them and she was going to come back to me, to cut a long story short. Anyway, they rang me back after about half an hour, and they've offered me all my money back, less the taxes, which is £70.
Right. So how much would you stand to get back?
£580.
Right. OK, well, I presume you're going to accept that.
I think so. I think with everything that's gone on since Thursday, I should grab it, really.
I think so.
Yeah, because all these companies are struggling, aren't they?
Well, they are, and I would certainly try and get your money back. One of the reasons why I'm kind of giving you this advice is I'm not even sure whether this company that, as I say, I've never heard of before. Mm-hmm. And as you can imagine, I deal with a lot of different companies, particularly holiday companies, on this programme. Never heard of this company before. And when I looked into them after the programme, they seem to be a member of American organisations. So it may be that this company is American, and therefore your contract is with a company that would come under the jurisdiction of American authorities rather than UK authorities.
Possibly,
If they are, then it would of course mean that you wouldn't be entitled potentially to anything back, depending on the legislation in that country. So I think if they are offering you all of your money back less £70, I think, to be honest, if I were in your position at this particular point in time, I would be biting their hand off and taking it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jonathan, but I just thought I'd update you before I took it. Yeah.
Yes, and just my advice to everybody, and now really with the nightmare that is unfolding around the world, demonstrates why it is so important when you are booking a holiday to make sure you book with a British-based company that comes under UK consumer law.
Yeah.
Make sure that it is a package holiday that you are booking. If you book individual component parts, such as your flights and your hotel separately, you are putting yourself at added risk if something goes wrong.
Yeah.
And you may well find that although you may get the money back for the flights, you will lose the money for the accommodation.
Yeah.
So always book a formal package holiday. Try and book a package holiday with a company that is a member of ABTA, the Travel Association, because ABTA have lots and lots of guidelines that their members have to stick to. And it also means that should the company fall short of fulfilling all of their requirements, you'll be able to use ABTA arbitration to get some or all of your money back.
Yeah, yeah.
And the final thing I would say, always pay on a credit card, not a debit card, on a credit card. Because that way, if the holiday company goes bust before you've been able to get your holiday, if the worst comes to worst, you'll be able to claim the money back from your credit card company. And I would imagine over the coming months, there will be so many people who are coming unstuck because either the holiday they booked was not a package holiday, or they didn't book it with the right kind of company, or they didn't pay for it on a credit card, and there will be people who are out of pocket as a result of all of this. So please take my advice and protect yourself when booking a holiday.
Yeah. No.
Maggie, I'm very pleased that they're giving you most of your money back. Shall I give them the horn for that? Or do you want me to?
So, yeah, why not?
I think, to be honest with you, Maggie, I think I think people in the holiday business need a horn.
Yes.
Because what an absolute nightmare. Absolute nightmare for those people. And it must be so worrying. And my thoughts go out to everybody who at the moment is genuinely very concerned about their business, about whether or not they will be able to sustain their business, about their employment, and whether or not people will still have a job. My thoughts go out to everyone. It's a very, very worrying time.
Yeah.
Maggie, any other problems? You know where we are.
Yes, thank you.
To Andy. Now, this is an interesting one. Andy was telling me he lives in a cul-de-sac. There are about 50 homes with an associated car park. It's on council-owned land, and there are no parking restrictions. There have never needed to be parking restrictions. Andy said everything had been absolutely fine. Until recently, when one particular resident started completely and utterly abusing the situation.
It all started about 4 years ago when a particular family moved into our cul-de-sac. Now, it didn't notice until about 3 years ago that we couldn't park in these parking spaces anymore. We found there was a lot of cars belonging to one person, all untaxed, sawn, uninsured, on our property. It turned out at one point, just a couple of weeks ago, there was 17 cars owned by the same person. Not selling them, not doing them up, just collecting them. The best part of it is, he no longer lives here. She kicked him out.
Well, how very, very frustrating when one particular person decides to take the mickey in this way and, in effect, stick two fingers up at everybody else who wants to be able to park their car there. I've been off to have a word with the council, and Andy's back on the JVS show. Good morning to you, Andy.
Very good morning to you, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. Now, you are well aware this is Milton Keynes Council that we've been dealing with on this issue. Milton Keynes Council came back initially and said, we have spoken with the private resident to ask for all untaxed vehicles to be removed. The number has dropped significantly since then. We're exploring what else is possible within our legal powers. Well, as you're aware, Andy, and as everyone who's been following this case is aware, there is some legislation out there, the Cleaner Neighbourhood Act of, I think it's either 2004 or 2005, I can't remember. But this bit of legislation is legislation that local authorities can use when it comes to removing any vehicle, whether it is legally in a place or not, because never mind whether or not the vehicle has the right to be on the road or on the bit of land, if the council can argue that the vehicle has, to all intents and purposes, been abandoned or is making the area look unsightly, they have the power to remove the item and to either sell it and recoup their costs or crush it. And it's exactly that I have been requesting Milton Keynes Council puts in place to deal with this one particular person. It drives me mad when people take advantage and people take liberties and are disrespectful to other people, and I would very much like to see Milton Keynes Council cracking down on this bloke and making sure that his vehicles are removed, preferably to land that he buys and pays for, like the rest of us, if we want to have some kind of car collection. Now, I know things have been happening, and in fact, since we last spoke, Andy, there has been one very big and interesting development. What's the latest?
Yes, very big indeed. The whole family have moved out.
So I gather. I had an email that came in last week from Milton Keynes Council. They say that the resident who has been keeping multiple cars in the car park has moved away and taken all of the cars with him. Is that true?
Simply not true. It's simply not true, Jonathan. They moved out 2 weeks ago tomorrow, and we still have 4 of his cars here, 2 covered and 2 uncovered.
So there are still 4 vehicles that he's left in the car park, and we know that these vehicles belong to him because...
I've seen him working on them, quite simply.
Oh, right. OK. Because Milton Keynes Council did suggest, when I raised an eyebrow at the idea that he'd taken all of the cars with him, they did suggest that maybe the cars belonged to someone else.
No, definitely not. I've seen him work on them. He's actually put they got blown off, the tarpaulins got blown off the 2 cars that are covered, and he's physically retrieved one of them because the other one's gone somewhere, turned it over and put it back on the car, went out and bought a new tarpaulin and put it on the other car. So they're definitely his cars. He's removed the number plates from them, so they're not non-identifiable. When I spoke to you last, I said that I thought something along these lines was going to happen.
So do we know if this man has moved somewhere else within the Milton Keynes area or further afield?
I do believe they've moved into the Bletchley area, which is covered by Milton Keynes.
Right. OK. Well, I wonder whether his car collection will have followed him there as well in large numbers.
I pity the poor residents around his area.
Well, I mean, this is the frustration with people like this. I mean, I couldn't give a tuppenny. If somebody wants to have a car collection, and if they've got their own land where they can store all of their cars, fine, buy as many blooming cars as you want. But if you are using a car park that is there for all of the residents, or if you're using the highway that is there for traffic and for people to park their car for short periods of time, to store 14 cars and over for one particular person, it's just unacceptable. It's not fair.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, at this moment in time, the cars that are remaining are surely now become abandoned vehicles.
Well, you would have thought so.
Abandoned Vehicle Act.
I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back and I'm going to ask Milton Keynes Council. I'm going to explain that the 4 vehicles are there. Could you possibly take me some photos of these cars?
Certainly can, yeah.
If you could get me some photos over, let me go back to the council. Let me say he's left these 4 cars. They need to be moved. And I think Milton Keynes Council, particularly if the number plates have been taken off the cars, they need to just tow these vehicles and crush them.
Yep.
That's what I will be suggesting they do. Andy, leave it with me. I'll go and speak to them this afternoon. I'll talk to you very soon.
Hello, how are you?
Good morning, I'm well. Thank you, Juliet. You sound full of beans. Tell me all about your consumer problem without naming any company names, please.
First of all, I'm a mortgaged person. I own my own property. The property next door is a rented property. For more than the last 10 years, I've had to be replacing my fence panel every other year, simply because the next door neighbour has an ingrown tree that is bulking the fence panel and pushing it out. Now, I've endured this for over 10 years. I've visited the letting agent's office on numerous occasions. I've texted them, I've written them letters, and finally now they're saying to me that I'm to remove the tree myself.
What? Hang on a second. They're telling you that you should go and remove the tree in the property that they manage?
Yes.
Oh, I've never heard that one before.
I'm to go and remove the tree.
Right. I mean, is it a big tree?
Well, it's big enough, yes.
Right.
It has the weight to impact on the fence panel that it damages it, yes.
So why will the owner of the property, who ultimately is liable for that tree, why will they not take responsibility? And if the tree is now starting to cause damage to your property, why will they not cut it down themselves?
I have no idea. I've requested from the rental property agent why, and all they're saying to me is that the landlord has given you authorisation to cut the tree down.
Now, I presume you have home insurance?
I do.
Do you have legal protection?
I haven't confirmed that as yet.
Right, you should do. Because that would be very useful if you do. I would certainly urge you to speak to your insurance company, if you have the legal cover, and ask them how they can assist you in terms of making a legal claim against the owner of the property next door for the damage that the tree is causing to your fence. I mean, if you have to keep having the fence put back up, surely the minute they put it back up, the tree starts applying pressure to wherever it is they've then stuck the fence up, which is why it then falls over again.
That's correct, yes.
Right. And how far over? I mean, this must also mean that you're losing a bit of your garden every time as well.
I am. It's actually on the boundary, and within the law, that side of the garden is rightfully my area that I'm to replace the panel.
Right.
But it's on the right-hand side, so that's by law, that's my side.
Have you spoken to the council about this to see if they can assist you?
I haven't. I've just purely been dealing with the previous tenants that have been in the property, as well as the letting agent.
It's not really down to the tenants. I mean, the tenants are not responsible for trees in the property. If these are private tenants privately renting, then it's not up to them. I presume they haven't really been that interested.
A few of them have, because over the last couple of years there has been more than 4 tenants in the property, and I have spoken to each one because they've got children under 3.
Yeah.
And obviously they're crossing the boundaries. If the children were to come into my garden and hurt themselves, I wouldn't be responsible.
Yes, okay.
And I've explained that to them on each case where the panel has been down.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do a multi-pronged attack, Juliet. How does that sound?
Fantastic.
You're going to take control of a couple of the prongs. So the first thing I need you to do is I need you to find out from your insurance company if you have legal cover and to speak to them. I would also urge you to put in a complaint to your local council and to see if they can do anything in terms of trying to mediate between the two owners. What I will do, and I'm going to pass you back to Tara. Tara, can we just get a bit of detail?
Yeah.
Because what I would like to do, I would like to go and have a word with the letting agent and get them to put us in touch with the owner of that property next door and ask why he or she is not prepared to take responsibility for the tree. You know, they seem to have no problem whatsoever in terms of taking the rent from people who are paying in that property, but with that comes responsibility. With any kind of property ownership comes responsibility. So we need to make sure they're doing that. Julia, I'm going to pass you back to Tara now. We'll speak to you in just a couple of minutes' time, get some detail, and let's speak very soon as you have news for us and we have news for you, okay?
Fantastic, thank you.
Pippa was telling me she went on a murder experience. Well, a bit like a murder experience. It's more like a jury experience. She loved it so much that she decided to buy another one of these experiences. She paid £73.21 for a ticket. In fact, she bought a ticket, and indeed a friend of hers also bought a ticket. But Pippa had a question to ask the venue, so she gave them a call.
I'm hard of hearing, so I rang the hotel to ask whether they had a hearing loop installed in the main room where it was going to be, only to be told that actually it had been cancelled last year and wasn't going to happen. So I then went online only to find that actually it is going to happen on the 18th of March. It's going to be in a tent. It's going to cost £28.50 and doesn't include a meal. Though there are food outlets in the tent, I understand.
Well, why on earth have this company simply changed the venue, and it would appear downsized and downscaled the kind of experience that people will have anyway, without informing Pippa? Seemed very peculiar. We promised Pippa we would go off and have a word with the company that was organising all of this. Pippa's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Pippa.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Right, so Pippa didn't want an event in a tent or a marquee, and she wanted the whole meal experience. Why have this company changed it without even having the courtesy to run it past her and given the opportunity to cancel? Tara, what have you managed to find out?
Well, I got in touch with the company yesterday, and I received an email from them, actually, just after I'd left, because we generally finish at 2:30, don't we, Jonathan?
Sometimes.
And yeah, sometimes, unless it's a very busy day. And probably about just before 3 o'clock I received an email, so they're very timely on this. They certainly wanted to get back quickly, and I have a statement for broadcast from them. So it reads like this. Are you ready, Pippa?
Yes, indeed.
The Murder Trial Live took the decision to move our events into our state-of-the-art big top tent. which has been very well received. We contacted all guests, including Pippa, using the email address she supplied at the time of booking on the 10th of February 2020 to inform her of the exciting changes. As per our terms and conditions, we offer guests either a refund for their tickets or the chance to transfer their tickets to the Big Top Experience and receive food and drinks vouchers. To make the process as simple as possible, we automatically transfer tickets unless a refund is requested within the stipulated time frame. The terms and conditions and timeframes are available on our website and stated in the email. Pippa received the change of location email along with 142 other guests on the 10th of February 2020, and we have not received a request for a refund, and therefore her tickets have been transferred to the Big Top Experience. As per the email, Pippa will have provided with food and drinks vouchers worth £20 for each ticket transferred. We're very much looking forward to welcoming our Milton Keynes guests to the Murder Trial Live. Now, I'm just having a look at this calculation. The ticket that Pippa bought, the price of one ticket...
£73.21.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other tickets were
actually,
available...
It's £71.35.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What have I got? £73.21 written down here. Well, so sorry, it's
£71.35.
Okay.
And the other tickets on sale now are £28.50.
Yeah.
So there is roughly, still a difference of £42.85. And if you were only getting £20 for food and drink, you were still like £22.85 down.
Yes. Well, I mean, let's wind back a little further than that. I mean, they are suggesting to us, Pippa, that they informed you by email and they used the email address that you had used initially when you were making the booking. They say they told you on the 10th of February about this change and gave you the opportunity to cancel at that point. Did you not receive that email?
No, I didn't.
Can you definitely go have a look? So we know what the date is now.
I am walking now to my laptop to have a look.
The one thing I would say is I presume you, like many of us, will have in your emails a junk filter box.
Yes, I
Just check, because I wonder if it might have gone into the junk filter box and that's why you haven't seen it.
Yes, I mean, that is perfectly possible, except that in the meantime, on Saturday, I received an email from them, which came directly into my inbox, asking me to pass opinion on last year's. So it wouldn't have gone into my spam box, I don't think, if a subsequent one has come into my email. And I think it's very unlikely that I didn't see it. I will check. It'll take me a little while, but I can certainly check on deleted items and my inbox.
When are you due to go on this experience?
Tomorrow. Well, in fact, I'm over 70, so I can't go anywhere.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, I would have thought that this is exactly the kind of event. How many people would typically go on this kind of event?
I don't know. I mean, 100, something like that. I don't know. There were tables of 12, the one I went to last year.
This is because of the coronavirus, this is surely exactly the kind of event that should be cancelled, because to have large numbers of people all sitting in they call it a big top. Is it a big top tent they called it, or?
Big top tent. Well, they do say that there were 142 other guests.
Right.
That they'd sent those emails to.
I mean, you can't have, at the moment, with the government's advice, to have 142 people sitting in a big top tent, many of whom will be over the age of 70, surely is not advisable anyway. So, can we go back to this company, Tara, and can we just say, look, Pippa did not receive the email on the 10th of February.
Well, I can't say that categorically. I mean, I am looking as we speak.
Well, well, hang on a second. Do you check your emails?
That's what I'm doing now this minute.
No, but surely you checked your emails in February.
I check my emails religiously.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because I live by it a lot.
So you would have seen it then, surely?
Yes. I would have thought so.
Okay, so we will assume then at this stage, unless you tell us otherwise, that you did not receive that email on the 10th of February, but even so, regardless of all of this, you would like to cancel, apart from anything else, because of the coronavirus concerns.
Well, yes, but I would like to cancel my £71.35 ticket.
Quite.
Too, rather than the £26.50 plus meal voucher.
Of course.
Yes, I would like my original sum back.
OK, well, let's go and get clarification from the company that indeed the event has been cancelled and that you are getting that money back, and let's take it from there. Pippa, we will talk to you very soon. Another phone call to make, I think. Richard, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Richard. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okie doke. Well, my wife and I booked a week's holiday on the Costa del Sol with a well-known tour company, and we also booked a week's off-airport car parking. And then obviously everything went haywire.
Belly up, yep.
Your belly up, yeah. And we finally got confirmation for the tour company at 6:15 on Saturday evening that the flights and holidays were cancelled. You will get a full refund.
Now, sorry, 1 second. When were you due to be jetting off?
6:40 Sunday morning.
Oh, so this, in an ideal world, you should be lying on the beach now somewhere. Yeah. Enjoying a nice warm bit of sunshine. How frustrating.
Yeah. And a nice glass of sangria.
Oh, whereabouts in Spain were you due to go?
Well, we're going to a place called Nerja, which I think you know.
I know Nerja very well.
Yeah.
Yes, having a nice little beer on the Balcón de Europa.
Balcón de Europa, that's the one. Yeah.
Gosh, don't even talk. Apparently the whole thing is shut. All the beaches are shut.
Yeah, everything's shut.
Oh,
Cafes,
it's just...
shops, bars... beachside cast, the lot.
It's a nightmare, absolute nightmare for the world. Now, so they informed you that the holiday was cancelled and you were going to get all your money back.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Well, I phoned the car park company and they said, oh, sorry, we need 24 hours notice. So
really?
I said, well, circumstances of what's going on, it was impossible. We were quite prepared to be going, but then the tour company have cancelled it, so we're not going. So we've got to cancel the parking.
Right.
So she said, I'm sorry, the computer won't allow it. That was the end of that.
How much had you paid for the airport parking?
Well, we paid £52.67, which included first-class postal confirmation and a cancellation waiver.
So hang on, it included a cancellation waiver, but in order to cancel you have to provide 24 hours notice.
That's correct.
Okay.
It doesn't say anything. They sent me some paperwork which was like basically directions how to get there, and all it says at the end is, we hope you enjoy your trip. All reservations are subject to our terms and conditions.
Yeah. And did you pay for this independently of the holiday?
Yes.
Okay. Right, well, let me just explain. I mean, in terms of your ability to get your money back and to cancel this, it may well be that the company would argue, I mean, I think it would be very unfair, but it may well be that they would argue that as far as they were concerned, it was you that's breaking the contract, and it's not their fault you're breaking the contract. Now,
I understand that.
Yeah. It's not your fault either, is it, for goodness' sake?
No, nothing I can do about it.
And to be honest with you, I'm a bit surprised that they've taken this attitude, because if a company dealt with me like this at a time like this, I would never ever use them again.
Well, that's the problem. We're going away again in September to Mallorca, and I can't book the car in there again for 2 weeks in the same place.
Oh, right. Yeah, but have you got the cancellation waiver with that as well?
Now you're asking. I believe so.
Right. Well, I mean,
I'm sure I have.
Well, you could use that as a little bit of leverage and say, I've got another booking already with you. I've got the ability to cancel that. I might as well go ahead and do it, because I don't see why I should give you any money whatsoever. And I'll find another company to park my car with instead. But look, let's see if we can talk some sense into them. It seems a rather unkind approach from this company, considering the circumstances. And to be honest with you, it does also appear short-sighted of them, because they're going to upset you and you're never going to use them again. And actually, if you find an airport parking company that is very good and you feel comfortable and confident in leaving your vehicle with, chances are you'll use them time after time every time you go on holiday, won't you?
Many times in the past, when I phoned up to make this booking, or when I phoned up to cancel it, actually, my phone number came up on their system with my car number. They quoted me my car number. So they know that I've used them many times.
Right, OK, well, we need to go and have a little word. Oh, do you know, I'd do anything to be sitting now on the front there at the Balcon d'Europa.
Oh, I've been there.
With
lovely.
A pint of beer and some mixed nuts, listening to the sound of someone playing a Spanish guitar quietly.
That's right.
Wouldn't that just be lovely? And yet I would imagine it's like a ghost town there at the moment.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Very upsetting. I was informed by one of my listeners who lives in Torrox, which is do you go to Nerja quite often?
I haven't been for many years. My brother-in-law and my sister had an apartment there.
Your phone line is very odd. It makes you sound very Dalek-y at times. Now, the Torrox and Frigiliana are up in the mountains, but according to one of my listeners who lives in Torrox, they're all on a shutdown, and they're only allowed to take their dogs out in the mountains in the middle of nowhere as long as they don't talk to anybody else, and they have to quickly hurry home as soon as they've done it. So it must be a very odd experience being in that particular part of Spain at the moment. Look, let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail and we'll go and have a word, OK?
All right, thank you very much.
Hang on there, please, Richard. Apologies for the phone line. Now, Michael has fairly recently developed a growing love for golf. Well, he kitted himself out in the sale. He spent about 60 quid on 2 products. Well, he came to me because, well, you've guessed it, there's a problem, certainly with one of the products anyway.
I bought a trolley which was advertised on the packaging as being sturdy. It says that 4 times, durable 4 times, and extra sturdy once. Unfortunately, after about 30 rounds or so, I found that the main frame, which is a square metal tube, was actually splitting. About the same time as that, I had bought a pair of shoes. The surface has started to peel away. It started to delaminate, and on one of the shoes, and the other shoe, there are sort of pimples appearing, which looks as if it's beginning to go the same way. On the packaging for them, it says soft leather upper, but I'm sorry, it doesn't look anything like any leather that I've ever seen.
Well, is it the case then that this company has sold Michael a golf trolley and some golf shoes that frankly are just not up to the business? We have been off to have a word with this company. Of course, under the Consumer Rights Act, under your statutory rights as a customer, you're entitled to expect a product to last for a reasonable amount of time and to be of reasonable quality. The amount you spend on the product does come into all of this. So obviously, the more money you spend on something, the longer, theoretically, it should last, and the better quality it should be. But does that mean Michael's shoes and golf trolley should be falling apart after this amount of time? We've been off to find out. Michael's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Michael.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, I know Tara has been speaking to the company to try and find out what's going on. What have they said, Tara?
Well, I've not been able to get anything from them, apart from the fact that they were going to have a look at this, and it may well take them 3 days to reply.
Oh, I know which company this is now.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Right. It's that
And I have
company.
repeated my concerns and raised the issue that Michael has been going through with them on more than one occasion, and I haven't received anything back.
Who is it?
It's Sports Direct.
Sports Direct. Unfortunately, we have dealt with, over the years, several complaints regarding Sports Direct, and it is very often the case that they do not bother to respond to any of the complaints whatsoever, and even when they do respond, the response takes ages and ages and ages, and in my experience, has not been particularly helpful. Michael, have you ever bought stuff from Sports Direct before?
Yeah, I have from time to time bought odd things there.
Right.
But nothing particularly significant, you know.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, it is my experience, having dealt with Sports Direct, that should you have a problem with the product that you purchase from this company and you have cause to take it back, you may well come across a very similar issue yourself, in terms of they will not take it back and they will refuse to communicate with you any further. So that now gives you two options. Option number one is that you draw a line under it, write it off to a bad experience, and make sure that when you purchase your next pair of golf shoes and golf trolley, you purchase it from another company and not from Sports Direct. Option number two is that you take Sports Direct to the Small Claims Court. And you take them to court under the Consumer Rights Act because the products have not lasted a reasonable amount of time. The only slight issue that I have here is how much you paid for both of these products.
Yes, I understand that.
I would suggest, and I'm no expert on golf, but I would suggest that 60 quid for a golf trolley and a pair of golf shoes is probably at the very lower end of kind of price, and therefore the lower end of quality.
Yeah, well, the lower end of price was exactly what I was after, because at the time I didn't know whether or not I was going to take to it, and I wasn't going to, gamble a lot of money on it. But even so, and so I take your point entirely there, but even so, I do have this sense that something ought to last for a bit longer than 15, 16 months or so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you want to take them to the Small Claims Court, let me just explain the way that you would need to proceed from here.
Thank you.
If I were in your position, what I would now be doing is I would be writing a formal letter to the head of customer services at Sports Direct. I would outline the complaint again. I would explain in the letter previous attempts at communicating with them and previous attempts to give them an opportunity to resolve the matter. And I would put them on notice that unless they come back to you within 7 days from receipt of the letter, and you need to send the letter recorded delivery, Michael.
Yep.
And keep a copy of the receipt so that you've got evidence they have received it and signed for it. Put them on notice that they have 7 days to respond to you and to resolve this matter. Alternatively, you will pursue them through the Small Claims Court, because under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, you have the right to expect these products will last for a reasonable amount of time, and you do not believe they are of satisfactory quality and therefore have not lasted for a reasonable amount of time.
Right, I'm scribbling this down frantically.
Okay. Does that all seem... I know
I'll have to improve my shorthand, or you've got to slow your dictation speed.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. Don't worry. I mean, it will be on the BBC Sounds app for a while, so you can go back and just listen to it, so you can take a note of it. But I would certainly urge you to get that letter off. Now, whether you then decide to begin that Small Claims Court action is entirely up to you. But as far as I'm concerned at this stage, I don't think there's anything to be lost by sending them that letter, only the cost of the recorded delivery sending. So,
right. I understand, I think, exactly what you're saying, Jonathan, so I'm very grateful for the advice.
Yeah, and I would just urge everybody else listening to the programme, be aware of this complaint that we are investigating. It is Sports Direct. If you have a problem with Sports Direct, I have no confidence that I will be able to help you with it, because Sports Direct, with this case, and indeed with another case we're investigating at the moment, are rudely ignoring every attempt at communication with them. So, read into that what you will. Michael, good luck. Please let us know how things pan out.
Jonathan, thank you very much, and can I also say thank you to Tara and the rest of your team. You're doing a lovely job for us mere mortals.
OK, well, we're doing our best, but please keep us posted, and fingers crossed they will respond to that letter and they will decide that they want to try and help you, although I wouldn't necessarily hold my breath.
BBC Three Counties Radio.
Make a difference, helping you through the coronavirus pandemic.
The Old Stratford community have a Facebook page called Old Stratford Community Help. They're putting together volunteers with names against roads where they can help with collection and deliveries of items for those in need of assistance. In fact, if you go on quite a few social media sites at the moment, you will see lots of groups setting up, and it will often have your town or city's name followed by COVID-19 help. Lots of them doing that, and there's lots of interesting information about where you can get certain products, where you can get certain assistance. You can tell people that you're self-isolating and you might need help, and they're really useful in just getting people connected. For example, in Marlow, there are two sisters creating a Google spreadsheet to register those who've offered to help and what roads they can cover. That's all on the Marlow COVID-19 support group. Brom and Parish Council are offering help as well. They've got a long list of volunteers. I'm hoping it's getting longer. They're all geared to help those who need it because of the outbreak. You can ring the Parish Council to get details of that. And I keep mentioning this one because this lady is a great example of a number of people who are offering to cook and deliver food for those who need it. She's on the Stopsley area website of Luton, and she's today making cottage pies / shepherd pies, because some people have different terminology for whether it's beef or pork, and she's offered to provide and deliver them for free. And the things that I'm talking about here are all part of what we're calling making a difference, and if it's about putting different communities together. And we've got an email address if you want to send us details of what's happening in your local community. It's 3cr@bbc.co.uk. Please title that message Making a Difference, and hopefully together we can do exactly that.
It's your station.
Across beds, hearts and bucks.
BBC Three Counties Radio.
Every weekday morning from 6 on BBC Three Counties Radio, Andy Collins.
Like Early Man, I discovered fire. There's a channel on Netflix that plays an image of a crackling log fire.
Andy Collins.
Big old telly, log fire, but it's also got the crackling of the noise, and you can get different log fires. You can go for extra crackling, you can go for coal, to
coal? Oh, I wouldn't want a coal fire.
Well, no, I think a coal fire is quite warm. Different types of logs.
Hold on. It doesn't matter how warm it is, you're not going to feel the heat. It's a TV show.
Andy was there putting his hands against the screen.
It's getting smoky in here.
Making you smile in Aylesbury and beyond. Andy Collins, weekday mornings from 6 on BBC Three Counties Radio.
Right, now before we go for today, time to have a catch up with Andy. Andy lives in a small cul-de-sac. There's about 50 homes with a car park that accommodates everybody. And historically, it's always worked really well. Everyone has always used the car park with consideration. There's never been any need for parking restrictions. Unfortunately, though, a few years ago, one particular family moved in and that all changed.
It all started about 4 years ago when a particular family moved into our cul-de-sac. Now, it didn't notice until about 3 years ago that we couldn't park in these parking spaces anymore. We found there was a lot of cars belonging to one person, all untaxed, sawn, uninsured, on our property. It turned out at one point, just a couple of weeks ago, there was 17 cars owned by the same person. Not selling them, not doing them up, just collecting them. The best part of it is he no longer lives here. She kicked him out.
Well, it's a nightmare because this guy's leaving all these cars. He seems to be some kind of car collector or car hoarder. Because he's leaving them all in the car park, it then means there's not enough spaces for everyone else to park their vehicles. So I have been speaking to Milton Keynes Council and have been urging them to do as much as they possibly can in terms of trying to persuade this man to get rid of the vehicles, because it is unacceptable to just leave them in this car park. Now, to be fair to the council, they have been doing things on this, and indeed the number of vehicles has reduced considerably. Andy's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Andy.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Last time we spoke, we were able to update the fact that this family have now moved out, although he still had the cheek to leave 4 cars in the car park.
That's correct.
The cars have had their number plates removed, so it's impossible for anyone to actually identify them or who they belong to. It is my understanding, and I have this information and this knowledge because of one of my listeners who has helped us with a previous case. His name is Tim Troom. He's worked with councils, advising them on the legislation, the legislation that is there to protect them and to help them help people by forcing vehicles such as this to be moved. Tim's on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Tim.
Good morning, Jonathan. Good morning, Andy.
Good morning. Now, we're up against it a little bit in terms of time, but I just wanted to have a quick catch-up with you, Tim, because there are still 4 vehicles in this car park. The number plate's taken off them. I gather, is it all 4 of them or just 2 of them that have got a cover over them, Andy?
Just 2 of them, Jonathan. Just 2.
What further action can the council do in terms of legally to force this man to remove the cars, Tim?
Well, first of all, they've got powers, and they've got extensive powers to remove any vehicle on highway and other land. Now, it's an interesting point you said they've got no registration plates, because people do that thinking they can't get parking tickets, they can't remove them. It's absolute rubbish. You pointed out a piece of legislation yesterday called the Clean Neighbours Environment Act. That's given additional powers. The principal piece of legislation is the Refuse Disposal Amenity Act. Now, the council can go in there under that act and remove them straight away into a pound. It's up to them, for the owner, to come forward and prove that he owns those vehicles, and it's up to then to the council to be satisfied whether or not they return them or not. They can prosecute him for it. He will get charged for that as a financial charge as well. I would urge the council to do their statutory duty, and it is a statutory duty, to remove these vehicles immediately, put them into a pound, and follow the appropriate legislation. Now, I appreciate that we're short of time. I'm happy because, as far as I'm aware, Milton Keynes Council's comms department will be listening to this phone call. I'm happy to advise them of their legal responsibility. I'm also happy to advise their legal department their legal responsibility. And if they want to get in touch with your show, Jonathan, I'll be quite happy to speak to them direct.
Well, that is very useful, and indeed it was you and your legal knowledge regarding cases such as this that has helped us with a couple of cases in the past, and I want to thank you very much indeed, Tim, for being on hand yet again. I think it would be responsible and the right thing to do for Milton Keynes Council to have a conversation with you, for you to then be able to advise them if they're not aware already. And I would argue if they are aware of all of this, why they haven't actually put it in place yet, to get this in action today and to get those vehicles out of there. This man needs to realise that his behaviour is completely unacceptable, not only for Andy and for people in Andy's particular neighbourhood, but for everyone in the Milton Keynes area. It's just not acceptable. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Tim. And we will put you in touch with Milton Keynes. Sardia, good morning to you.
Good morning, Jonathan. Nice to speak to you.
Likewise, Sardia. Now, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Of course. It's to do with my brother's property. So my brother had a stroke about 7-8 years ago, so he's unable to deal with this himself. So I've got his written authority to deal with it on his behalf. So what's happened, last April, his neighbour decided to erect an extension, a small extension, which he's erected on addition to already double-storey extended property. So normally, for a small extension, he wouldn't need a planning permission. But this instance, he does because he's erected one on already built extended property. But when he's built it on my brother's land. So part of his roof, the neighbour's roof, comes onto my brother's property, and he hasn't installed a downpipe, because if he installs a downpipe, it would actually be on the other side of the fence, i.e. in my brother's property. So that currently the water from his guttering is running free into my brother's property.
When you say into your brother's property, you mean into the garden?
Into the garden, yes,
right.
Into the garden. Also, the extractor fan that he's also installed, the neighbours installed it, so it's actually facing my brother's garden again. So I've been to the local council. I've made. Initially I was in email correspondence with them. I've spoken to them on the phone as well. This is the local planning office and the building regulations. They said it was fine. It had nothing to do with them. It was absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with it. So I took it to stage 1 complaint. They came back and said, no, it's fine. I took it to stage 2 complaint and said it's not fine because the water is running free at the moment into my brother's garden, as you say. And then also it is built onto my brother's land, and the council, if they wanted to, could check from the previously applied planning permission that it is on my brother's property, but for some reason they're literally just ignoring me and they're not taking anything into consideration. I have been in touch with a local councillor as well in that area, and the local councillor has told me that actually the local council in another similar case to my brother's did take an enforcement order out. When the local authority stage 2 complaint they sent back to me, they said that in their letter, they said it's not illegal to erect a building without planning permission. Well, my question is, well, if it's not illegal, how can they enforce it then in future? If something's not illegal, you can build something. Well, how can you enforce an order to take it down then in the future? So I think they're just ignoring me is the feel I'm getting. Obviously, it's having a huge impact on my brother's well-being because he's not happy because he can't deal with it. He can't actually speak and he can't write properly.
Well, it's absolutely infuriating. So what needs to be resolved? Because it sounds to me as if, for example, just moving the way the guttering is kind of built into this extension, that's not going to suffice. Because if they've actually encroached on his land as well, then surely part of it needs to come down.
Exactly. And that's what my resolution is. My preferred resolution is that they take the part of it down, move it to within their own boundary, and then put the guttering, the downpipe, on his own side.
Does your brother have home insurance?
Yes, we've looked into that, and it doesn't cover this, unfortunately.
What, because he hasn't got the legal cover?
Yes, because he didn't have the legal cover, that's right.
What a shame. What a shame.
Yes.
I mean, that would have been so useful. I know I'm always banging on about this, but there's always new people listening to the programme, so I just want to reiterate that again. When you come to take out your home insurance, you'll be offered things like legal assistance, legal protection. Always take that out. It costs about 25 quid. Maximum I've ever known was £30. It's the best £25-30 you'll ever spend if you need it, because it gives you a lot of legal protection, not only with things related to the property, but also with other disputes as well. I mean, it can even help, for example, with employment disputes. You can utilise your legal cover on your home insurance policy. So always take out that insurance if you possibly can. Now, it sounds to me as if our first port of call really needs to be with the local authority, and we need to go and have a word with them and ask why they don't appear to be taking this seriously enough. Surely, when you've got an individual homeowner, particularly someone who's in this kind of position where they're struggling to cope with this and deal with it themselves, surely that's exactly why the local authority should be stepping in and saying, "Oi, this is not on. You can't start building on your next door neighbour's land, and you can't start running guttering so that the water all just floods all over his garden. It's not acceptable."
Yep.
You need the local council at a point like this. Have you got, just out of interest, have you contacted your brother's local councillor?
Yes.
And is he or she involved?
She is, and she's trying to get them to move on this on their own. They just ignore her and me.
That's crazy. And what about your brother's MP?
So I've been in touch with my brother's MP and where I live as well, and the MPs have said, actually, it's the local councillor that should be able to help you.
Yeah, but surely at a moment like this is exactly when an MP should be getting involved and writing some pretty strongly worded letters to the head of the council. to try and make things
Yeah.
happen. I mean, it's partly why we need MPs, isn't it? To stick up for us at times like this. So, OK, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We just need to get an update on coronavirus from Tara, and then she'll get your details, OK?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Hang on there, please. Coming to you very shortly. Went to a jury experience. Bit like a murder mystery, I gather. But you sit on a jury and you decide whether the person's guilty or not. And she loved it so much, she bought tickets to go and see another one. She paid £71.35 for her ticket, and her friend also bought a ticket as well. Well, Pippa had a question to ask the venue, so she gave them a quick call.
I'm hard of hearing, so I rang the hotel to ask whether they had a hearing loop installed in the main room where it was going to be, only to be told that actually it had been cancelled last year and wasn't going to happen. So I then went online only to find that actually it is going to happen on the 18th of March. It's going to be in a tent. It's going to cost £28.50 and doesn't include a meal. Though there are food outlets in the tent, I understand.
Well, as you can imagine, Pippa was not very happy. She couldn't understand why, if they decided to change the venue of this, and to be honest, change the format of it somewhat, why they hadn't been in touch with her, told her about that, and given her the opportunity to cancel it all. To be honest, a lot of this is probably academic anyway, because when we were talking to Pippa yesterday, it transpires the new venue where this jury event is supposed to be taking place is a big top tent where over 100 people are all going to be in that tent together. And to be honest with you, I couldn't see that going ahead considering coronavirus. But let's find out. Let's get the latest, because Pippa's back on the JVS show. Hello, Pippa.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Right, so I would be very surprised if this was still going ahead. Tara was off to speak to the company. And just to further reiterate from our conversation yesterday, the company were under the impression that they had emailed Pippa in February
the 10th.
to tell her that there was this change. But when Pippa checked yesterday, she said, well, I can't see any email from them, and I'm not aware of them having emailed at all. What's the latest, Tara?
Well, I spoke to Pippa after the programme, didn't I, Pippa? And there were two things. She received an email on the 6th of January, so obviously her system was accepting it. There wasn't a problem. It weren't going into her spam folder. And she also received one on the 28th of February, but she didn't receive one in between times on the 10th. She has no record of it whatsoever. So I emailed them back and just explained all of that. And also the fact that, you know, she was probably of an age where she'd need to isolate herself for longer. So she might not be able to go to an event if it was rescheduled and all that kind of stuff, and that Pippa would really like to be reimbursed for the full cost of the ticket. And also the little discrepancy in the fact that they'd offered her a £20 food and drink voucher, whereas if you bought it for £28.50, you could buy your own food. Well, you add £28.50 onto 20, you get £48.50. Pippa had spent £71.35.
So what have they said?
Well, you're just trying to get me to the nub of the
I
point
am,
here,
really,
aren't you?
yeah.
OK, I did get an email back from them to say really that in the current climate, they have brought processes into place to support guests affected by cancelled events, because I looked on their website and I saw, and this is the Murder Trial Live ITAE group, I looked on their website to say that they had cancelled all events until the 31st of May 2020. Well, not exactly cancelled, they're suspending them. Obviously, they've talked about this situation being unprecedented and under constant review. And also what people should do if they had tickets with them. So this bit was bolded. So our offer to you, this is what's on their own Facebook page, transfer your tickets to another event. Because they have explained in their statement that's online that what they've done is they've frozen sales at the moment, and all commercial and operational activity has been paused. But what they are intending to do, they want to help with the government's response to the coronavirus crisis. And they've said that their big top heaters, generators, tour bus, vans and clinically trained anatomy presenters have been allocated to the NHS for deployment to add capacity to NHS hospitals. So what they've then said is, our offer to you is this: you can transfer your ticket to another event. And they've said in their statement online, help us to be a friend to the NHS during this period, while our infrastructure is loaned to the National Health Service, and transfer your ticket to a rescheduled event later this year.
I'm not hearing any mention of a refund, because I would have thought, Pippa, I don't wish to put words in your mouth, but I presume it's a refund you would ideally like for this.
Well, this is I would like a refund of the money that I paid, i.e. the £71.35.
Yes. And I would argue that the reason that you want that refund is actually nothing to do with coronavirus. It's to do with the fact that you purchased that ticket for an event that has now changed beyond recognition. It's not in the venue where it was supposed to be. It doesn't have the meal that you were first led to believe it would have. It's a completely different format. It's not what you paid for, so you want your money back.
Well, I put that to them, and they say, this is the ITAE group, that they looked into the case again as I asked them to, and they've got nothing to add to the statement which was provided yesterday. And they've also reiterated that this will be the company's full and final response regarding this matter.
So no refund?
Well, let me just go on to say what is additionally on their website page for people who would normally book. They've said, alternatively, sadly, you can register to request a refund now. However, it also says, due to the uncertainty and constantly changing information from the government, we are setting up a process for this. However, we are unable to commit to a time frame at the moment.
OK. Pippa, when did you purchase the ticket?
Last October.
Oh. How did you pay?
On a credit card.
Oh, did you? OK. If it were me, I would be speaking to the credit card company now at this point.
Right.
And arguing that the contract is unable to be fulfilled because of coronavirus, but also the contract the company had changed beforehand anyway, so it no longer reflected the original description of the product/service that you first believed you were buying.
Yeah.
Now, the slight potential problem with all of this is that the Consumer Credit Act kicks in for purchases over £100.
Well, I paid for both tickets, so it's 140.
Yes, but the other ticket is for your friend.
Yeah. But I paid for it on my credit card.
Yeah, that might, and in fact we need to discuss this on a future programme. We're dealing with another case where credit card companies seem to be tightening up their restrictions on what they will pay out for, and if they can argue that a purchase was made on the credit card for which you are not the beneficiary, then they are arguing that they no longer have to honour that. However, I think it's definitely worth a try.
Yes.
So I think I would call the credit card company now at this point, explain the situation, and say I would like to do. It's called, just so you're armed and you're aware of the kind of legislation, just to show them that you know what you're talking about.
Yes.
It's called a Section 75 claim.
Section. Right, I'm writing this down.
Section 75 claim, and it's under the Consumer Credit Act.
My pen has just... Why is it that when you try and...
It's always the way. It's always the way. So, so the Consumer Credit Act, Section 75 claim.
Right.
OK. Will you remember that?
I will. I hope so. Section 75 claim.
Of the Consumer Credit Act.
Right, I am now in a position with something to write on with.
I dread to think what it is.
Consumer Credit Act. Yep.
Yeah. OK, so if you call them up, say, I made this purchase. The company have completely changed before the coronavirus anyway. They completely changed the description of what I'd actually paid for.
Yep.
And I maintain they have never notified me of this. And now they've cancelled it anyway because of coronavirus. I'd like to put in a Section 75 claim and have my money returned to me, please.
Right.
Hopefully the credit card company will indeed honour that.
Hopefully they will.
Can you please...
Shall I keep you informed as to what happens?
Yes, please, because the company is saying, in effect, you can join the queue of people that want their money back. You can add your name to the list.
All I would get would be the £26.
No. No.
You think I wouldn't get the 71 that I'd paid, would I?
I do think you should get the 71.35. That's what you paid. You didn't pay 20 odd quid.
Yes.
You should get the full amount back that you've paid them.
Yes.
Okay.
Should I go on the list and go to the credit card, or should I do one and then the other?
I think I'd try the credit card avenue first, and hopefully that will work. In which case, I wouldn't bother with the latter. Why waste your time if you've already got your money back?
Absolutely.
Move on. However, if the credit card company come back and say, no, for whatever reason, we're not prepared to allow you to make that claim, well, then I guess we're going to need to make sure your name's on that list. But let's try the credit card company first. Pippa.
Okay, will do, and I'll keep you posted.
If you have been listening to my programme for the last few days, you will have been following, I'm quite sure, the story of Nikki, who was stranded in Spain. Nikki first came to me. She called into my programme when we were talking at the beginning of the week about how coronavirus is affecting you. She said that she and her hubby jetted off to Spain at the end of last week, and I feel a bit responsible in many ways because Nikki said that she's heard me talking about my beloved Frigiliana so many times over the years. She booked a villa to go and stay in the mountains in Frigiliana. Then, of course, got as far as Spain and found that Spain was put in a coronavirus lockdown. So when I spoke to her, she said she was trapped in a hotel room with her husband, weren't allowed out of the hotel at all. When we caught up yesterday, she said things were even worse because they were only allowed to eat food that was from the hotel buffet. Everyone was having to share the utensils. Members of staff in the hotel were absolutely petrified. And some of the customers weren't necessarily very understanding about social distancing, and she said that there'd been one rather awkward moment when some American tourists that were in the hotel wanted to try and give the waiter a tip, but he was very frightened about getting too close to them, and they took great offence that he was not prepared to accept their money. Well, if you were listening to the programme, Nikki was extremely concerned, of course, about getting home. There's no place like home when you are going through something like this. It's much better to be here in this country than it is trapped in a hotel elsewhere. But was she going to get on the flight from Spain back to the UK last night? I took my dog out for a walk yesterday afternoon, and I was walking across a field in Hertfordshire, and it was just coincidence, really, that an aeroplane flew fairly low over the field that I was walking my dog in. So I went on the internet and I checked out to see which flight it was. And it was an EasyJet flight leaving from Luton Airport heading to Malaga. This was about 3:30 yesterday afternoon. And I thought to myself, I bet that is the plane that's going to rescue Nikki. Well, was it? Did Nikki get back? How did the journey go? Let's find out, because Nikki joins us on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Nikki.
Morning, Jonathan.
I'm a little bit concerned because it says on my screen, Nikki in Spain, but I'm hoping that's that our system's slightly out of date. You're not still in Spain, are you?
No, we're home.
Oh.
We're home, and I feel like I've just woken up from a nightmare. It's so surreal.
Thank
but I'm
goodness.
so glad to be home.
So I presume that plane that I saw as I was walking my dog yesterday was indeed going to get you.
It was, yes, it was, and we did have a minor blip because I think it was about 3:00. This app on my phone flashed up, made a sound and said, "We're very sorry to tell you your flight has been cancelled." And my heart went, but it was still the original flight telling us it was cancelled. But until when we got on the plane last night, we literally just breathed a massive sigh of relief. Well, in fact, when we got off the ground, and we just thought, they'd turn round like some other airlines did last week. But
yes.
So relieved to be home, but still concerned about the future, to be honest with you now. But thank goodness we can deal with it from here now. So.
Having been in Spain, and you were saying that the kind of procedure they have in place in Spain is much more extreme than it is here at the moment. and you were saying that the police were kind of guarding the streets and not allowing people out and about. They had to stay in their properties. Having come back to the UK, where actually if you go out and about in the towns, you'll still see people wandering about, going about their business as normal. Does that seem a bit surreal?
It seems so odd. It seems irresponsible. Even on the plane, you know, the air hostesses were lovely, and I do want to say a big thank you to EasyJet. But you know, the air hostesses are, you know, they have to strap. We were in the front seat, so they were sitting directly opposite us. In Spain, even at the airport, they were announcing and they were making sure everyone was a metre apart. You know, which is again so odd because you don't realise how used you are standing close to people, but. Yeah, you know, they're literally, there's guards saying stay a metre apart. So I have to stay a metre apart from my husband in the airport. When you get on the plane, everyone's cramped in, and the air hostesses are doing their normal thing, not wearing gloves. And yet when we got the transfer to the airport, even the taxi driver, you know, we got out and he got wipes down. He wiped all the door handles. He wiped the inside of the car where we'd been. Now, you know, that seems so odd to say that now, but we're not even doing any of that really here, but so it's just a different world.
Not yet. I mean, I do wonder whether we are going to have that moment fairly soon, or whether we will simply never try and impose those kinds of restrictions on the public in this country. I don't know. Yeah. It's just it's surreal. It really is to be in that position. But you're home now.
But we're home now, thank you very much.
And that feels good, I would imagine.
Yeah, it does, yes, yeah.
There's nothing... I was once ill on a holiday abroad, had a terrible raging tonsillitis, and I was in a hotel room feeling like death warmed up. And when you're ill, or when you're going through a crisis, there's nowhere quite like your own home. With your own, you know, all your bits and pieces around you and just the familiarity of being there. So I would imagine things feel a million times better here.
Yeah, you're right. But the only other thing I'd say is that even on the plane, there was a gentleman that came and stood to go to the toilet, and he was coughing into a tissue constantly. And so anyone at the airport you're looking at, and you're thinking, oh my God. But then equally, we were saying you could understand people if they know they've got one chance to get out. They're going to take it regardless how they feel, and that's the worry, and that's how things have happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when we phoned EasyJet yesterday, they were very good in terms of getting back to us with the timing of your flight. So hopefully that gave you a little bit of reassurance to say it definitely was worth going to the airport. And just out of interest, when you left the hotel, were there were still, I presume, some people that were going to different countries that were still in that hotel. Did they all look kind of longingly at you as you left?
I feel so sorry for some of the people there. There was a Canadian couple that was supposed to be in Spain till April, an elderly couple, and they're trying to get back to Canada, and they can't get out, they can't even leave till Saturday, and they're doing sort of Zurich to London. But, you know, even last night when we got home, there was stuff in the Spanish newspapers saying that they are looking at closing their airspace now. So I'm really frightened for them. And another English couple that can't get home till Saturday. You know, whether they will continue the repatriation flights till then, I don't know.
Well, they're going to have to. I mean, they need to. All countries need to get their own people home. And I can't believe that any country, particularly, you know, developed first world countries like the United Kingdom and like Canada, I can't believe that any of those countries would just leave some of their citizens in another country, in a hotel, surrounded by loads of other people who are all sharing the same utensils. I mean, I can't believe that would be possible.
I hope so. My thoughts are really with them. And the people in Spain, really. So.
Well, now you've just got to go and brave the supermarket. That's the next bit of fun for you, Nikki.
Well, no, we've got friends and family. We're going to self-isolate ourselves now because we feel like we're not sure what's gone on with us in the last few days.
No, you know, I think that's very sensible.
And hopefully we'll meet you in Frigliana one day for a drink. Jonathan.
I'll let you know when I'm there next, and let's hope that it's all in much better, happier, normal times.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice?
Oh, certainly would. Nikki, listen, thank you very much indeed, and I'm so pleased you're back.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All the best to you.